centers and estates. She has been invited to share ideas across various countries, institutions, and platforms, including TED Global, Yale University, Cambridge University, the London School of Economics, the Pan-African United Nations Development Program, the African Union, the Social Science Research Council, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and Standard Bank South Africa, among others. I think that deserves a round of applause. Dr. Isiobo has had the opportunity to work with the World Bank Africa region, the International Development Research Center, Canada Nation the Swedish International Development Agency, and Africa Economic Research Consortium. She currently serves as a visiting assistant studies at Soka University. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker to this event. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you, everyone. I'm delighted to be here this morning, I must say, for several reasons. And I first thank Atelier for this opportunity to be a part of this event. Of course, for a crop of young people together in this room to discuss indigenous knowledge. Being in this room reminded me of about 18 years ago when I was still studying towards my doctorate, and I needed to choose a topic for my research, my doctoral dissertation, which will I get a doctorate in African studies. And I remember just some semesters before I had to make that final decision, I was in class and we were discussing education in Africa. And I had read some books, including Bridget Berkeley's Who's Education for All. And think about then was, it's just so wrong. And I was in class, you know how in class, in graduate school, in the United States, you have to talk, whether you feel like it or not, you're being graded. And when it was my turn to speak, I began to talk about the fact that our education is very post. We have not built our education from scratch. And we're discussing curricula, we're talking of pedagogy, and everything that has to do with education. And I found myself crying. I broke out, I broke down, I was so classmates were so give me most standing ovation, perhaps to cover up for the embarrassment I felt. But by the time I had to take a decision regarding my doctoral research, I knew I had to study indigenous knowledge of what knowledge means to Africa. I already had a couple of consultancy positions, and one of them was with the World Bank. I needed some counseling. I went around my African colleagues and even some professors. I said, I want to study indigenous knowledge. They freaked out. You won't get a job. Who cares? African indigenous knowledge. I'm not going to get a job. Wait. You have such a you want to waste your life studying Africa's indigenous knowledge. And they meant well. They wanted the best for me. I almost took that advice. But I could not. That's my soul. Something in me said, if the only thing I do for Africa is studying Africa's indigenous knowledge, even if I don't get a job, I'll have a platform didn't was so kind of populated then. I was writing. So I went ahead and I wrote my dissertation on indigenous knowledge in Africa. So imagine my excitement today to see that a respected and esteemed codistria is actually now back this tremendous work that the common need and clap on my times. And African researchers and the whole idea of indigenous knowledge, it should no longer is a dead end. I don't think anyone will make that statement again after what we see going on in Africa with young people. It's no longer a waste of time, effort, studying indigenous knowledge. I hope you that, but beyond that, you need to understand the importance of what we have to get into. If you will permit me to on you, because I believe me, it's your bill to be is young doing research and publishing law here and there. Our world is incredible. Health-wise, diseases abound that Western biomedicine is unable to fully explain, prevent, or cure. We have depended on Western science for centuries to solve global problems. It has tried its best. It is exhausted. Culture. It is one civilization. No civilization is an island. No human being is an island. No civilization is an island. But because of military might, technological supremacy, the world has positioned itself as an island that should be able to solve global problems. It has not solved it. It lacks the capacity to solve global reality. In agriculture, the path of so-called agricultural modernization marked by the widespread use of synthetic pesticides, herbicides, and other chemical inputs, as well as the kind of machinery produced that destroys the very fabric Earth we depend on, is beginning to call to question what we understand by farming and agriculture. The world using that biodiversity loss is alarming rate. Environmental pollution to talk plastics. You know about plant countries like Rwanda and some countries are beginning to ban plastic use. Also called the best right organization. Despite remarkable again in advances in agriculture, a rising cases of malnutrition, food insecurity across global south, across the global north, to the United States cannot 3 square meals, 3 nutritious meals by eating bread and drinking soda. Because the knowledge system we have put our hope in problems is simply on income too narrow to address global challenges. We don't want to talk of conflict. Conflict money across Europe is war. We have wars going on in the United States, racial wars. Just the conflict we have is so if Western science, if Western knowledge system have the answers, we will not be where we are today in terms of conflict management. Socially, we consider see that numerous studies suggest that rising we're not happy here. First off, than those who didn't have as much prosperity as we click, in a direction that is simply unsustainable. Longest continuous history of human interaction with the natural world. That is how knowledge is generated. We generate knowledge as we interact with the world, with ourselves. So within Africa is the longest, oldest knowledge that can be traced to humankind, modern humanity. Mitochondrial Eve. That's the woman science has made us understand we all can trace our humanity to. If any region deserves to occupy a central place in the global study of indigenous knowledge, it is Africa. Again, I repeat, not because other knowledge systems are less valuable, but because no other continent combines humanity's deepest history, extraordinary biological diversity, immense cultural plurality, and such remarkable continuity of indigenous knowledge across millennia. Africa is also one of the world's most biodiverse continents. The continent boasts of more than 65,000, and this is quite recent, so we know that we have so much more we are discovering in their tens of thousands, unexplored. As at present, 2025, the latest research says we have 65,000 plant species, with thousands of these species not found anywhere else in the world. If you want to study these species in the whole world, find your way to Africa. You are not You're not in a place that is empty. You are not going to be searching for what to study. The world is actually desperate for the information that we have and we are not using, we are not exploring. Africa's immense cultural and linguistic diversity has produced thousands of distinct intellectual traditions. We heard of some of that yesterday with the Ajami manuscripts, and we've had some great presenters. It's just been a great learning experience for us the past couple of days. We have more than 2,000 languages which encode distinct ways of understanding medicine, agriculture, astronomy, ecology, governance, conflict resolution, technology. Just think of any field, architecture, parenting, psychology. Just think of any field, even yet undiscovered. And we have a lot of knowledge stored within different communities in Africa, unexplored. And we are busy exhausting an exhausted knowledge system, mining an empty mind for knowledge to help the world. And okay, maybe that's a bit too far-fetched, might not be that empty, but what do you have in your hands? Who are you? Africa's indigenous knowledge has been silenced through enslavement, colonization, neocolonialism, and cultural disruption. We don't want to go into that. We have an idea already of what we have been subjected to. Africa's dependency on externally generated knowledge is reflected in a perpetuating cycle of political and social crisis, economic poverty. I'll just take this back since we're not talking of mitochondrial Eve anymore. Kind of scary in some way. Okay, so we are suffering. We are going through a lot of crisis economically. We're going through crisis socially, psychologically, in every way. And we're talking of a continent that holds 30% of global mineral reserves. You have the statistics already, including half of the reserves for critical energy transition. Take Africa away. In a couple of years, you won't have your cell phones, you won't have your laptops. The whole idea or talk of electronic vehicles will be a thing of the past. The whole conversation around energy transition today is banking on the continent of Africa, supplying the resources to the world to transit. Despite being marginalized for centuries, Africa's indigenous knowledge system has demonstrated a measure, and I will use that word, a measure of resilience. Nothing close to what it should be, but it's not like it's not empty anymore. It's not like it's an empty place to study. It has been resilient. However, at this point, it has become critical for the continent's indigenous knowledge to be revived and centralized, revived and centralized, mainstreamed across sectors. Whatever sector you're working on, we should be thinking of indigenous knowledge. You are here in this room, brothers and sisters, because you represent a new generation of African scholars, researchers, innovators, and knowledge holders, even beginning to challenge inherited assumptions that relegate Africa's vibrant indigenous knowledge to the periphery. You are Africa's greatest asset. Africa is the youngest continent on Earth, with approximately 60% of the population under the age of 25. And by 2030, 1 out of every 4 persons globally will be African. So 1, 2, 3, 4 African, 1, 2, 3, 4 African. That's a huge number. But despite beyond that quantitative appreciation, which we are glad about, who will these Africans be in the world? We can have numbers. I can have 1,000 babies in this room, Can I hold a meaningful conversation? I can't. But I just need one of you great scholars to be here. And my day is made talking about your work, being challenged intellectually, just one person versus 1,000 babies. So sometimes numbers can be deceptive, but we are hoping you are here because we don't want the numbers to be deceptive. Codesria, MasterCard have partnered to ensure that majority of these people, these young people in the next 2030, right, will be people in research, in academia, who are determined to mainstream Africa's indigenous knowledge system in the effort to add value to their communities and to the world at large. And the emphasis here is on centralizing indigenous knowledge. It is on mainstreaming indigenous knowledge. Because for many years, Africans have lived with that quiet realization that their indigenous knowledge is important, is necessary. But with this realization has been a helplessness about how to give voice to our indigenous knowledge. There has been an inability to validate Africa's indigenous knowledge in formal spaces across communities and societies. What I'm trying to say here is that at the grassroots level, there is a knowing about the importance of Africa's indigenous knowledge, but there is a struggle to embrace it officially or at the more macro level, at the more formal spaces. So I guess our job at this point would be to bridge that gap. While we're exploring local knowledges, we also are aware that we need to bridge the gap between what is considered knowledge and what is considered non-knowledge, if there's any word like that. So something happened recently to validate this story, a personal experience I had. I had to travel to my village home to bury an elderly, well, just a family member who passed. And the elders came to us and said, my siblings and I, to say, you need to give some chickens to some people, right? So we've been through that. The elders said, you need to give a lot of chickens away to people as gifts to the guests, some of the guests, some esteemed guests. And we said, okay. They said, whatever you do not buy those modern chickens. We said, really? They said, yes. Buy the local chickens. And we asked why. They said, those modern, this event will go on over a period of time, some days, and then we wouldn't be going to the market, which was far away, to go buy chicken. We're going to buy the chicken in bulk, keep at home, and then be giving them to guests. They said, if you buy those modern chickens, in 2 days, they will all die off, no matter how much you try to keep them. So don't do that, don't incur cost and waste. Buy the local chickens and they will last for you for as long as the guests, you need to give them away to guests. And we did. We respected that, of course, the voice of the elders, and we bought the local chickens. And true to their words, those local chickens stayed and were strong and healthy, looking vibrant until they were all given out to the last of them to the guests. And then that got me thinking. So that on the other side, you have those chickens in the cage, the hybrid modern chickens, and on the other side, you have the local chickens. These local chickens fend for themselves. They are not enclosed in a space and dependent on someone, an external body, to feed them a monotonous diet. Remember? Are you making any connection? Monotonous diet, enclosed somewhere. We're enclosed in our classrooms, being taught Western science, Western knowledge, pushing things down our throat. This is the only way to think. So why won't our societies fail? Tell me why we won't fail? Like those chickens that don't last. When our reality is so distanced from what we are meant to study. So those chickens don't stay in one place eating monotonous grain diet. The free-ranging local chickens are out there fending for themselves, eating food from their own environment, bugs, little pests, and others. They gain strength, they build resilience, they are able to withstand times of being away from their natural environment, as was the case. And like these strong chickens you see here, there was a time in African history when African communities were self-sufficient in producing nourishing and healthy indigenous food. So now I'm looking into food security in Africa. The Italian explorer Alvis Cadamosto wrote one of the earliest known accounts of Western Africa during the 1455 expedition. Cadamosto traveled south of the Senegal River, where he observed the cultivation of massive, please underline that, massive amount of millet or sorghum, which was used to make bread and couscous. In his journals, he detailed the geography and diet of the kingdom that he interacted with, noting that despite the arid climate and poor soil on the edge of the desert, these communities could sustain themselves. And he said European grains will never thrive on these lands, but they have their own grains that thrive. They harvest massively. These are open access resources you can find on Gutenberg.org and read through them to see what the continent was like. He said the population depended on the local indigenous drought-resistant millet as their primary food staples. Cadamosto described the region as well supplied with food, noting also that widespread cultivation of palm trees and the use of cotton for clothing. In 1500, early Portuguese account of Benin City in modern-day Nigeria described it as a large, wealthy, and well-regulated city, often referred to in Portuguese records as a great city that supplied the Portuguese with local food products, including African pepper and various textiles. In the Kingdom of Congo in late 15th century, European explorer Diogo Chao recorded that the areas surrounding the Congo River were highly cultivated with staple crops, particularly various forms of legumes, beans, and lentils. And these farms supported a dense population. In Southern Africa in the 1600s, Jan van Riebeeck, the first commander of the Dutch Cape Colony from 1652 to 1662, documented extensive observations about African cattle wealth and land use in his meticulous journals. There are thousands of examples out there. Records suppressed during colonialism, records suppressed from making it into your history books. Instead, we studied Mungo Park, the European explorer who discovered the Niger River, right? And all the lies I'm sorry, forgive me. I don't want to sound so critical. But all the untruths, maybe that sounds nicer, Professor, right? All the untruths that were passed on as knowledge to us while suppressing our own realities. Why would you study someone else's environment when you don't have knowledge of your own environment and what your ancestors did? Is education, part of what education is about continuity. Your parents passed, they handed over things to you, morals, ethics, how to behave, how to be a respectable member of society. And in addition to that, you are also building on that knowledge. But we have never been given a chance to know ourselves. Four only, that's what I mentioned, of numerous recordings of sophisticated farming practices and techniques, as well as the abundance of food across the region. But what do we have today? Importation reigns supreme across the continent. Just because there was a war. Where? Where was the war? Europe. Has anyone here been to Europe? Russia, Ukraine? We have not even been there, but because a war was fought there, we became malnourished in Africa. Doesn't add up. What has European land got to do with African land that grows food? Why is it that because a war was fought in Ukraine, Africans, 123 million Africans dropped into malnutrition, 12% of the region's population? Brothers and sisters, in this room, we're not asking how we went from growing our food to dying of starvation. We don't have time for that. We don't. We are not interested in that conversation of laying blames and pointing at this person and that person. That's not why we are here. Young people. In this room, we are here as indigenous knowledge researchers to explore ways to what? Decolonize our taste buds, decolonize our agriculture, decolonize what food security means, and centralize indigenous foods in our diet, find how we can grow our own food on our own soil in ways and with products that enrich the soil, honor our land, does not decimate it, so that our food will not depend on if the United States bombs Iraq or not. As we return to our indigenous foods, our health will also take a turn for the better, because our life, our very life, we are all here in this room because we are healthy. And I'm so glad we are strong enough to be here. Our very life depends on the food we eat. In parts of Africa, it is said that if you give bad food to your stomach, it drums for you to dance, right? So we have been giving ourselves bad food in many instances. We have derailed so much from our indigenous diet that even African doctors advise their patients to cease from eating certain indigenous African foods. And I want to be sure that we are talking of indigenous foods, not colonialism-imposed foods. There are foods that were rationed out to Africans in some parts of the continent. White flour, white maize flour without any nutrients, rationed and imposed. We're not talking about that, please. We're going back to before colonialism disrupted the system. So we're talking of palm oil. I had an interesting experience when I was growing up. So we have this delicacy that my mom will make with the palm fruits. Then one time my dad went to the hospital and the doctor said, you have to stop cooking with palm oil. Now you have to cook with vegetable oil. Palm oil is bad for you. And so my dad came back, and then suddenly on Sundays, we wouldn't cook that delicacy anymore. That was just the most painful thing growing up. Don't mind me, just joking. But what do we know about palm oil today? Has anyone looked into palm oil, the research in palm oil? Anyone? Palm oil is one of the healthiest oils today. Please, you have your computer later, look that up. It's now being placed side by side with extra pressed, first coat pressed olive oil, even being acclaimed to be more nourishing. Be it used in cooking, in frying. Of course, we shouldn't eat fried food. It is a colonial way of cooking by the side. But what we're saying today is what we know after we had to let some white researcher and take palm oil to go to some lab to research it, and now say, oh, your oil is good. So imagine my dad being told to not eat palm oil, to eat cooked. Do you know how bad vegetable oil is? Do you know the research that is out today on partially hydrogenated vegetable oil? But the poor man was told to start eating that it was healthier. It was imported, 100% imported when I was growing up. But it was foreign, it was from the West, it was from Europe and America, so it must be good. Today, research has established that red palm oil offers tremendous health benefits, including enhanced vitamin A and E, support for brain and heart health, including helping to manage cholesterol levels. Check it out. Of course, everything in moderation. I came across an interesting research a couple of years ago. One of the world's leading microbiome researchers, Professor Tim Spector, professor of genetic epidemiology at King's College London, spent several days eating the traditional foods of the Hadza people of Tanzania. During this short period, he observed something shocking. He said, for the first time in his life, because he would test his stool every day. For the first, I excuse the language, but this is medical terms, right? We're just being professional here. And he would use the, how you all have to collect a specimen. He would collect his specimen and test it. He had the resources to test it in that place. And he said he was shocked by what he saw, eating the food of the indigenous people. He could, for the first time, his body could completely digest food. And the food he could not digest before, he was beginning to digest them. His body was producing essential vitamins such as vitamin K and several B vitamins. He was on supplements prior to that. His body suddenly began to train his immune system, and nearly 70% of his body's immune system, of the body's immune system are associated with the gut, is protecting against harmful pathogens. His body began to reduce chronic inflammation, which contributes to heart diseases, diabetes, obesity, arthritis, and many cancers. His brain became sharper. We can go on and on, but please look up this research. It's open access. I came across another remarkable research this time by Dr. Queen Demast, an infectious diseases immunology expert and global health researcher at Radboud University Medical Center in the Netherlands. And again, I apologize for citing these foreign researches. I am so looking forward to your research output so we can start citing you when we're making these presentations. Please, thank you. Yes, clap for yourself ahead of time. And I see, you have the responsibility to do the best you can. And I heard all the support being given to you without you being constrained or restrained or micromanaged, because there is so much belief in your understanding of the role you are playing historically at this time. And we must commend Codestria for that. So Dr. Queen Demast, together with Tanzanian, and actually what happened, let me just tell the story very quickly. He had about a longitudinal study he was doing in this community in Tanzania, in rural Tanzania, close to the Kilimanjaro mountain. And he would go there every year as a medical doctor. He would go to the clinic, and he said he was so bored not having anything to do because there was nobody to treat. Nobody was sick. Said they would just go, sit around during the summer when he would be there for research. But he said over the year, this study lasted about between 10, 15 years, 20 years. And he said he began to see things in the village at first. The small kiosk that sell biscuits and soda. At first, he began to see them for the first time crop up. And he said, oh, now I can buy my soda. He wasn't into healthy eating. And he could buy his soda, buy his biscuits. And he said within just 3 years of those kiosks popping up, they began to see an influx of patients in their clinic. Patients suffering from diabetes, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, chronic inflammation, and certain cancers. And by 10 years of those shops popping up and having all those brightly colored stores and sodas and so-called juices, and the medical center couldn't contain the amount of sick people that were coming there. They didn't need any soothsayer to point to the fact that it was about diet and lifestyle and the gut microbiome that we talked about earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, if in the area of food and our health, I think if not for anything, most adults try at least to be careful of what they eat. You might not care so much about what you dress, what you put on. It doesn't really matter that, as long as you're clean. But people would go the extra mile to spend an extra buck or two to make sure they buy clean food. But if we are so careless as a people, as communities, in allowing what is destructive overtake us in the area of food and our health, Can you imagine other areas that we are overlooking? That is why our research is critical. What you are going into, what you are going to do, just know that the world is dependent on it in some way to be a better place. We think of Africa's indigenous health system. Oh yes, I kind of went a little bit, yeah. So that's, who has seen this diagram? I'm sure some of us have seen that, right? Yes, thank you. Again, we go back to history. We are not novices. We are not. This illustration you see here was drawn by Dr. Robert Felkin, a medical practitioner in 1879, when he witnessed cesarean section performed by Ugandans at a time when it was the strangest thing in the Western world, in Western medicine, for a woman to be operated on to survive with the child. He said it was so routine, he couldn't believe it. And there were reports that it was taking place across East Africa. And again, I would like you to look that up so we don't spend much time discussing that. But he witnessed the surgeon stimulate the uterine contraction. Of course, the woman was intoxicated with banana wine prior to the procedure. And at a time, the doctors here will attest that the whole idea of sanitation, washing hands, that came up in Europe was seriously fought by medical practitioners. When some of their colleagues came up with the fact that, oh, you have to wash their hands. In the late 1800s, you have to wash your hands before. Articles were being written against the person, saying, how dare you say that our hands are dirty and we're causing diseases? But he said he witnessed this surgeon cleanse his hands before conducting the surgery. A lot we can talk about here. The surgery was so successful that within 11 days, the young lady was up and walking, breastfeeding her child. In Kenya, the Ababari Emetwe, forgive my pronunciation, or brain surgeons of the Kisii ethnic group of Kenya were performing delicate neurosurgery. And there are videos that it's still going on right now for centuries prior to the establishment of the first Western neurosurgery in Kenya in the 1940s. And I think of a story shared with me some years back. A colleague of mine in Rwanda had a friend, University of Rwanda, had a friend who had been trying to quit smoking for years. He just couldn't. Used everything, patches, hypnosis, counseling, whatever. Could not quit smoking. And the friend visited in Rwanda. And my colleague said, I'll take you to a herbal medical practitioner who can help. And he said he went to the herbal medical practitioner and his friend from Europe was just giving some herbs, which he took. And he said within 1 week, he quit smoking cold turkey. And as at the time the story was told me, it had been years, and his friend had never had the urge to pick up one stick of cigarette. Or maybe I should be more scientific, right? All these things I'm talking about, I need to give you more evidence. So let's look at a more scientific research. The methicillin-resistant staph aureus, MRSA, is a dangerous variety of contagious bacterial infection that is resistant to numerous antibiotics. Antimicrobial resistance accounts for more than 700,000 deaths in the United States alone, which is where you get the best records. We don't know of what is going on in Africa. We don't have records on what MRSA does to people. And it costs millions of lives to treat. MRSA is difficult to treat in Western science. And in many communities in Africa, herbalists would, and when I say herbalist here, please know that we're talking of herbs, herbalist, okay? Herbs, herbalist, people who use herbs to treat, not even involving any other form of supernatural, and we're not in any way against that, but let's just say things the way they are at this point in time. In many communities in West Africa, mucus from the large West African snail has been traditionally used to treat serious bacterial infections. And despite the availability of mucus from these snails, African doctors were losing patients to MRSA. Because if the United States cannot treat MRSA, I mean, we know the situation of biomedicine and Western medicine across many African countries. So African doctors were washing their hands and saying, MRSA, everybody dies, most people die, even in the best of the places. Until just about 15 years ago, when scientific investigations, again led by someone from the global north, who chanced upon a patient whose case was so bad in an African country that he gave up on the patient. But then the patient's family came and took the patient away and began to administer through a herbalist mucus from the West African snail. And within days, the patient made a remarkable recovery. And the curious researcher doctor began to take samples of the specimen and to discover that it has antibiotic properties that can treat several infections, including the tough methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. How many sufferings would have been prevented in Africa, in my community, in your community, in my family, in your family, if only we had started long ago to take our own knowledge seriously? It's never late. I'm glad we're here in this room. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we have this work to do. It bothers me, and I believe it bothers us, that this knowledge about health and wholeness has existed in Africa for centuries and have been ignored by the formal education system in Africa and around the world. And again, I use health, I use food. Those are basics. If you're not healthy, what are you doing? You can't be here. If we don't eat for the next 3 days, 4 days, 1 week, we can't talk of research. And if we can be, again, allow me to use the word careless in such fundamental areas of our existence, depending on external factors, who can think of other areas that are not as core to our very existence as human beings? Education, that probably should be the last field, and then we'll just look at the future and we'll be on our way. Field of education, we have to decolonize. That is the mother of all disciplines. Education, we have to decolonize pedagogy. We need to move away from competition to cooperation as a way of motivating students. We must reintroduce Ubuntu and other ethical African philosophy into the field of education. I'm glad Codestria brought groups together, not just having individual researchers. Of course, that is also a way of doing research, but to encourage us to work in teams. And we know we have been trained, we'll receive more training next week. We're not going there to research, communities. We're going to work together in the spirit of I am because we are, Ubuntu. We must centralize Ubuntu in education. We need to rebuild character in us. We need to rebuild dignity, self-respect, and a heart for community. With Ubuntu, corruption becomes an anomaly, a crime against community. Leadership gets back to being about servanthood for the greater advancement of society. Ubuntu reverses in our education at the formal, informal, and non-formal levels the colonially entrenched suspicions and hatred that has characterized inter-ethnic relationships across societies in Africa. Ubuntu does not only connect us with ourselves, it connects us with our environment. We talk of environmental degradation. With Ubuntu, we know we are not just isolated entities in the world, human beings controlling the environment. We coexist with the trees. Take the trees away, I can't breathe. Oxygen. The trees give me oxygen, and I give the tree the carbon dioxide it needs to survive. And it gives me the oxygen I need to survive. So why would I go and cut trees indiscriminately? Why wouldn't I plant trees? Why wouldn't I take care of the land? So Ubuntu brings us back to a place of being stewards of the earth. As a matter of fact, we cannot talk of environmental sustainability education without centralizing Ubuntu. Wangari Maathai, again, forgive my pronunciation. We know the iconic, respectable Kenyan environmentalist. She captured this so succinctly, and I will use that in the present because she is an ancestor. There was something in our people, she said, there was something in our people that had helped them conserve those forests. They were not looking at trees and seeing timber. It was their culture to let the trees be. They were not looking at money and what they can make. They were looking at the fact that we are here together. We need this and they need us. So we have to change our mindset. We have to decolonize every aspect of education. And I will just quickly run through some aspects, just a little bit of it. We have so many. Every single department you enter into, every single thing you want to work on needs to be decolonized. You need to have indigenous knowledge centralized at the middle of it. We need to bring in indigenous knowledge in sports education. We were excited to get 10 slots from FIFA, right? So yeah, that's something it made us happy, kept our interest in the World Cup for some time. But perhaps the next frontier lies closer home. What if universities establish research centers dedicated to African indigenous games? What if games such as Ayo, and again, my pronunciation might not be exactly, but please bear with me, Owaro, Bao, Morabaraba, Diketo, Dambe, and different wrestling matches we have across the world. What if we make that part of the school curricula? International competition in Africa, at least to start with, or in our communities. You are the generation of African researchers who will become uncomfortable with playing games imposed by those who have thought it out. And let's think of filmmaking. Ousmane Sembène, the Senegalese filmmaker, envisioned cinema that spoke first to African audiences. And we're doing great in terms of output, of course. We know that the continent has come a long way. But beyond economic growth and employment, African cinema can become one of the continent's most influential classrooms, teaching history, preserving languages, strengthening identity, and introducing the world to African ways of knowing through authentic storytelling. And we look at the arts. We see a rise in interest in African art, which is great. We're grateful for that. The symbols of Adinkra, the geometry of Ndebele, mural painting, the bronze traditions of Benin, Ethiopian iconography. We see artworks being returned to Africa, the Tuareg craftsmanship, countless other artistic traditions can become central in our education system, in our art departments, in our design. We begin to explore and study these designs, educating engineers, architects, engineers, designers, entrepreneurs, and just about anybody who has anything to do with design. And we think of architecture. I might have overheard someone here talking about indigenous architecture a couple of days back. Do we have an architect in this space? Thank you. I did hear both of you discussing how difficult it was to work with African materials. You thought it was going to be easy, right? Something of that nature. Awesome. It was just great for me to overhear that since I already had this down. And we do envision, I'm glad they're here. So these are the people we're talking about, and we have quite a few of them coming up, by the way, young African architects who are saying, you know what, I'm not sure about this brick that is so hot when I'm inside. But then my grandmother's hut was so cool back in the day without air condition, destroying the ozone layer, by the way, costing so much. These are young people looking for indigenous materials to build homes, looking for ways to design like the Ethiopians of old did, their houses in ways that keeps it cool during the day and warm in the evening, and so many other things, of course, that has to do with architecture. And we think of psychology, philosophies of personhood, and alongside it, contemporary psychological theories, Ubuntu, communal child rearing, storytelling. I came across a research conducted in an indigenous community in the Americas by a psychologist. And children who were trained in the traditional way of parenting were placed as adults, were placed side by side and tested alongside children trained by Western, according to Western principles and standards. And in terms of resilience, in terms of happiness, in terms of being well adjusted in life, the statistic, you couldn't place them side by side. Those raised in communities, those raised by people who could call them my child, even though they did not give birth to them biologically, were much more adjusted. They were more community oriented, and on so many yardsticks. It was a TED talk given by a psychologist. So we have to get back to where we are, understanding indigenous psychology, indigenous parenting, proverbs, using proverbs, observation, storytelling, and just about anything we know we can use to raise children. And then we talked of Gachacha yesterday, indigenous justice system that focused on restorative justice, not retributive justice. Slash and burn, kill, banish. Are we able, remember Nelson Mandela? Are we able to restore the humanity of those we don't think are human enough? That's where the work lies. The easiest thing to do is put someone away or kill them. I'm sorry, strong language, but yes, that's what we do with justice, the Western justice. The difficult thing to do is to say, you are human. I believe in your humanity. I will not accept that you are going to go down this pathway of not being a respectable member of community. We will reintegrate you. You will have to become human again. That is where the task lies. And that is what we hope for education to achieve when it comes to justice. We've talked of governance. I wouldn't rehash that. We've talked of indigenous governance systems across Africa, traditional ways of governance. These are all areas that we need to research. Science, technology abound. All those, these are, again, across every area of knowledge production, there is need to deeply explore and mainstream, centralize Africa's indigenous knowledge in education, in practice, in policy, in everyday living. The world is in need of what lies in Africa. And of course, we have talked about the fact that in this mainstreaming, we must not romanticize our communities. There are knowledge systems that have inflicted pain, that have entrenched inequality, inculcated fear and shame, and generally held us back, held our communities back. We must throw light on the negative attributes of this so-called knowledge, indigenous knowledge. And beyond that, we must think through how to explore positive knowledge as a replacement for this. And here I want to emphasize that we have to do the thinking. We have to do the thinking as human beings. We have to do the work with communities. We cannot subcontract this work to AI. Right? Okay, so we can, artificial intelligence is one of the greatest tools, yes, we know humanity has, but Africans must conduct the foundational research on indigenous knowledge. Okay, future AI systems will simply reproduce the biases of society. You have to do the work of thinking and doing the work. AI is a tool to help with proofreading, do things, light things that will help to get, but never should we leave our work to AI. You are doing yourself a great injustice and doing the world a great injustice. Of course, we also have to remember the central role of communities. We must empower these communities. We have heard of that. We are still going to hear more of that next week. These communities are important. Make sure that that's the AI part. Let's go back a bit, the AI, and then this is about community. And we must build community-based research institutes. I'm thinking of universities, a university in a community, studying that community knowledge system. And of course, other communities can come. Research centers based on in singular communities. It's not too much to ask. There's so much knowledge within these communities. And beyond community knowledge, we also know that much of Africa also can connect around some unifying ideas, such as Bantu migration and how that has affected and will affect the continent. We also think of different places, even the knowledge held outside of Africa by the diaspora, enslaved people, descendants of the enslaved people in other parts of the world. We need to come together to study them. And one of the things I want to say before I conclude is that we need to distinguish between African traditional knowledge and African indigenous knowledge system. They are not one and the same. Permits me to make that assertion here. I make that assertion based on the premise that African traditional religion is so open. It is not black and white like we have Western religion and religion from outside the continent. African traditional religion is open and able to tolerate, accommodate any knowledge that comes, any way of thinking. And for us to go back to say that if you want to study African indigenous knowledge, you must subscribe and be a practitioner of African traditional religion will be going against the principles of African traditional religion. African traditional religion is diverse, it is open, it is welcoming, and African traditional knowledge is a body of knowledge that does not 100% lend itself to the religion. If we insist that African traditional knowledge has everything to do with African traditional religion, then we are playing into the hands of colonialists. The colonialists dismissed African indigenous knowledge as fetish, as all about religion. We are playing into their hands to say, yes, you must be a practitioner of African traditional religion in order to explore African traditional knowledge. But that is not what it is. So you can be of any faith that you choose and select the part of African indigenous knowledge that suits you and the extent to which you want to do your research. Do not be constrained. Do not feel that you have to lend yourself and immerse yourself. We are free to do what we want to do in this field of study. In conclusion, young people, I will say to every young African researcher in this room, you are the one Africa and the world is waiting for. Nelson Mandela reminded us that freedom to be real, lasting, and liberating does not take a sprint or a leap. Freedom takes a walk, and it is not a casual stroll either. Freedom demands that we walk and we work, that we take strategically planned and mapped out long walks. Walks taken not in isolation, but in unity. We are on the long walk to not just Africa's liberation, but the liberation of humanity and the planet. And please know that we're working towards a destination that is still being defined. This is the second cohort. Codesri has been there since 1970s. Don't be in a hurry to have the answer. Perhaps you can only come up with some strong questions. It's enough. Strong questions that will get us thinking, that will get you hand the baton over to the next person to say, I did my bit here. This question was never asked. I have asked it. Can you continue? It is not yes or no, black and white, up and down. There are gray areas. We must work. We must continue to apply all of who we are to this research and engagement with Africa's indigenous knowledge system. It is a debt we owe ourselves, our children, and the world at large. Brothers and sisters, I thank you for your time and attention. God bless you.
I think she deserves another solid round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor. I hope that with this talk today, that you've been able to connect with two things. One, you've been given a sovereign analysis of the task ahead, of the challenges, of the deficit, especially of the educational system on the continent. I hope you know now what we are fighting against. That onslaught of educational material, knowledge system, paradigms, ideas that, are not solid enough to enable us confront our experiences and challenges. And two, I hope you now have a sense of what lies ahead for you as cohorts, as fellows that are not only called upon to do this research, but to also facilitate a pedagogical reconstruction of what we are supposed to be teaching the new generation and the next generation and the one after it. So we want to thank you very much for challenging us. And we have 1 hour to engage with our speaker for today. Please, you will have, we'll take the first 5, we'll go in step by step. We'll take the first 5 questions, and I need you to just go straight to your questions, and then we'll come back to, so questions. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 1, we have 5 here. I'll come to you at the back there. So let's start with you. Yes. Straightforward.
Yes, thank you. My name is Belinda Chepchumba. I teach law at the University of Dar es Salaam School of Law. So my question is on issues of curriculum. And now we're talking about issues of indigenous language. My question was whether we can teach or we can teach law using Swahili or an indigenous language so that to ensure the inclusivity of all the learners. Can we teach or is there a way we can do both languages to make it more understandable to the learners? And then number 2,
Okay.
so my area of study or my research on this project is on looking on how we can integrate indigenous knowledge so that refugees or migrants the knowledge can be used for their reintegration and also for their resilience. So how can we help these marginalized communities in order to adopt or integrate this indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2. Yes.
Okay. Bonjour, moi c'est Juvenal Arrondinou. J'ai 2 questions à poser. La première question est de savoir comment pouvons-nous construire un modèle de recherche véritablement africain, où les savoirs autochtones ne sont plus simplement des objets d'étude, mais deviennent des sources légitimes de production, de connaissances et d'innovation. Et ma deuxième question est de savoir, du fait que est-ce que l'intelligence artificielle peut-elle contribuer à documenter et valoriser les savoirs autochtones ou représente-t-elle un risque de perte de contrôle sur ces connaissances? Merci.
Hello, my name is Matilda from Nigeria. I would like to ask the speaker about the decolonization of pedagogies. And my question is, okay, thank you. My question is, what are the practical roles that both lecturers and students in Ivory Tower specifically have to play in achieving this decolonization? And how can we go about being collaborative in our involvement of indigenous knowledge custodians to achieve this goal, especially seeing as our institutions have been, well, Eurocentric for so long in systems, basically.
Thank you. Number 4.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kiketso, and I don't have a question. It's basically a comment and also a concern that was rising while the speaker was still talking. In many of the context, most of us where we come from, or let me say myself from Southern Africa, you may find that certain indigenous foods, okay, I'm going to talk from the food because I'm a food scientist graduate. So I think I was quite caught up by when the speaker was talking about the food. Yeah, so you may find that in most of our context, food or indigenous foods are mostly related to rural life, the past, or sometimes even to poverty. Where you may find that, yeah, while the highly processed and modern foods are mostly associated with progress or aspiration most of the time. So it's a concern that I've been having that some of these indigenous foods, we find that the time they are remembered is only during the celebrations of traditions. That's when they are brought up. But all along, we are just eating whatever is modern or that we deem to be progress. So it's basically just a concern to me as a researcher. I'm just asking myself, what would an African food system look like if indigenous food knowledge were treated not simply as heritage to be preserved, but as knowledge capable of generating the next generation of food technologies? That's a question that I'm having. I also ask myself, because as a food scientist, we can document about indigenous grains. I'm doing a research about how we can reduce the cooking time of sorghum grains. That's my master's research that I'm doing currently.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abigail Bowen from Kenya. And I have a question. We all agree that Africa's indigenous knowledge is one of our greatest assets. And we have successful examples of scholars who've even spoken in Kikuyu language in international platforms just to show that Africans should not abandon their languages for our knowledges to be considered valuable. So my question is, why then is it so hard for our African governments, universities, and even policymakers to make sure that it gives our language the prominence that it deserves? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions, and great questions. The first question on teaching law using indigenous language is an old question, right? It's an old question, not because of research. Studies out there show that people are able to learn more, understand more when they learn using their own mother tongue, for example, or indigenous knowledge. But it is the political will to implement that is has been a challenge over the years. So, and it is not either or. In the 1700s, one of the hallmarks of an educated person in Europe would be that the person would speak 4, 5, 6 languages: Italian, Spanish, all of that, French, English. So he was an educated person whose parents could afford to have all these tutors coming from all over Europe to teach them. So why are we then restricting ourselves to 1 or 2 languages? The same colonial mindset that made us think that, oh, it's either English or French or Spanish, either or. So we need to step outside of that either or mindset. We can speak in Swahili, we can speak, even Swahili is not indigenous to some communities in Tanzania. Swahili has also been guilty of suppressing indigenous languages in Tanzania. And that is the story for another day, right? But let's focus on the Swahili that we have to talk about today. So yes, absolutely, in both and in ways that it can be worked out. And talking about refugees is, of course, always a touchy issue. I was privileged, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, to be with some Rohingya refugees in Asia. They have the largest refugee community. It is the largest refugee community in the world. And that was a question that came up. They have assistance coming from the United Nations, but the question of them learning in their language is not being addressed in the way that so it is an issue that takes a lot of logistics. How are you going to get teachers to teach the refugees in their own language? Are there enough teachers within the community to do that? It's a logistical challenge more than anything else, if you ask me. And the second question, I got the second part of the question on AI. AI is pretty much what you feed it. What you feed AI is what you get out of it. So right now, AI has almost nothing. Well, I know that's a bit of an exaggeration. AI has very little when it comes to African indigenous knowledge research. So when you ask a question, it will bring out stuff for you Garbage. Garbage. You cannot use AI to do research when it comes to African indigenous knowledge system. We just don't have, it has not been fed enough information on African indigenous knowledge system to process and give back, whatever that means. So, and whether we like it or not, knowledge has been liberalized. Education is, we really cannot help but put knowledge and information out there. In the next decade or two, we'll find out that whatever knowledge we are keeping, we are holding ourselves back, keeping that knowledge, right? So the more we give, the more we get back when it comes to indigenous knowledge research. And talking of decolonization of pedagogy is always a case-by-case effort. We want to be careful, as we discussed yesterday, that we don't stereotype and we don't impose our ideas. Where is this community that in which the university is located? What are the demands of the community? Those are things we look into. In my institution in the United States, we work with the Ahachimen people of California, indigenous people of California who were displaced by the Spanish conquistadors, the colonialists who came, and of course, after them came the Europeans to take over the country. But today we work with them. They own a farm. The university allocated a huge plot of land to them to grow their indigenous food. And we always bring them in to tell stories to students. At intervals, we have them come and interact, the elders interact with students. I have my syllabus for next semester, and on the front page is a land acknowledgement stating that I will never say anything in the class that will not respect the Ahachimen people. So we have that coming up right now among indigenous communities in the Americas. Perhaps we need to explore that in Africa as well. Of course, among so many ways that we can, as faculty, I'm always taking students on field trips to Ahachimen villages, museums. We just want to let them to know that you are in someone's territory that was forcefully taken over from them. And as much as you have lived here for 4 years, you should know something about the people you have lived on their land, pretty much. So there are many ways that can be done. It depends on the institution. First of all is the realization. And second of all is to sit together with elders and community members and explore ways that indigenous knowledge and indigenous communities can be made a part of research, teaching, and learning in those institutions. As a matter of fact, the president of my institution has allocated a lot of money, millions of dollars, to working with the Ahachimen to become federally recognized. Right now, they're not recognized by the United States government. So our university is actively working with them, hiring attorneys, having students work with them to make sure they become recognized as an indigenous community in the United States, among so many things that we're working together. So the concern on indigenous food system is just what it is, a concern. And here we're not just talking of decolonization, we're talking of urbanization, rural-urban migration. The impact that has had on our food system is tremendous. So we can explore that and talk about that for another 2 days. But we don't have any choice, really. We are dying. We are dying. And people who are dying don't know they are dying. It is we in this room who have studied this thing, who understand. The person out there giving their child Indomie or spaghetti to go to school feels that they are doing the child a favor because the child can go to school with yam or vegetable yam or swallow and vegetable soup. The other kids will laugh at the child. So the child has to go with spaghetti and Indomie, noodles, right? And all of that. And then go with a bar of chocolate. We don't want to go into how high childhood diabetes and all the problems we are creating for ourselves today. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have to educate the masses using every means available. And why is it so hard? The last question, to study our language. Again, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That has gone on for years. We've had Western organizations funding our education system. We've had Western education organizations in the form of aid funding our so-called development efforts, flying in experts to come and make policies for us and our government adopting them. What kind of policy would they make? Would they be willing to fund, except those that they know about? I was in a country, I would leave the name of the country for some reason, and someone approached me, someone who works for the government, and he had tears in his eyes. And this was a couple of years after a TED talk I gave in 2017, addressing some of these very issues. And he said, I just don't know what to say. I'm really grateful for that TED talk. He said, before I listen to the TED talk, I will definitely just allow these Western organizations to come with their own agenda, tell us what to do, and I will just sit back and implement. I didn't know I could have a say in the policies my countries would accept from these agencies. He said, but after the TED talk, I decided that I wasn't going to. I called my team together and said, we're going to plan on what we need, and we'll hand over the agenda when the development agency comes. And he said we did that, and they refused to accept our agenda. They said, no, we have our own agenda. We will not accept your agenda. You don't know anything. We are the ones here to develop you. And he said we were strong enough to say, then go. We don't need your money. He said they left. But within a few weeks, they wrote them back to say, we are accepting all your terms. We are working with your agenda. And that was just it. So when you don't know, you get exploited. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is foundational. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go again for another round? So at the far back, number 1, yes, you. Number 2, here. Yeah, this hand, yes. Number 3, number 4, at that hand there, and then you will be number 5 here. Yes. Please short questions so that we can have one more round before we conclude. Thank you. Number 1.
All right, thank
Yes.
you. Yes. So my name is Rutendo, and I'm from Zimbabwe. I've got 2 specific questions. So the first one is on African traditional religion and indigenous knowledge. So obviously I'm relieved to find that tradition isn't equal indigenous, but thinking about how spirituality encompasses the everyday aspect of how we live, right? So what or how somebody believes is what's going to impact their thought processes, like what, even to the extent of what they eat, what how they interact with other people. So I'm wondering about how we would be able to separate the two between, okay, this is indigenous, but then at the same time, you've got a religion which arguably is not indigenous to the continent. I'm not too sure of the full argument around where Christianity came and etc. And the fact that it was weaponized, particularly on the African continent. And so my question would be how to be able to combine the fact that spirituality is something that encompasses what somebody eats, drinks, etc. And then how do we then separate between you are going to be an indigenous practitioner, but then also be a part of this other religion? So that's the first question. And then the second one was on how in Africa we've got so many tribes, right, who've got their own cultures, customs, languages, etc. And I think about how practical it is to be able to implement, somebody was talking about teaching in Swahili, etc. So Zimbabwe has 16 official languages. And so that means that whenever we're setting exams for education, etc., a student can request to learn in their own language, but I think about how that is very straining. And so the idea is very good, but then, sorry, yes, the question is your thought process on the idea of, can we go towards the evolving or like unifying of languages, or to make it practically doable?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Number 2, far back. Yes.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. Alors, ma question est relative à la concurrence qui existe entre les savoirs africains et les savoirs occidentaux. notamment sur plusieurs aspects, comme par exemple l'agriculture, bon, disons l'alimentation, le vestimentaire, etc. Nous constatons que nos produits locaux sont vraiment concurrencés par les produits de l'Occident. Sur le plan alimentaire, par exemple, un citoyen lambda qui va au marché puis préfère la tomate de conserve plutôt que la tomate fraîche qui est produite de façon locale à côté. Alors que dans la marmite, nous aurons que de l'amidon coloré et des conservateurs. Alors, comment arriver à inverser cette tendance? Et aussi, vous savez, dans l'espace UOMOA, il y a une initiative qui consiste à consacrer un mois pour valoriser les savoirs locaux et la consommation locale. Moi, je trouve que c'est une initiative intéressante, mais je trouve ça au même moment triste. Que passons les 11 mois restants, que faisons-nous de ces 11 mois? Est-ce que nous passons ces 11 mois à changer d'identité? Il va falloir que nous repensions également cette concurrence étrangère pour qu'un jour nous arrivions à dire que nous consacrons un mois plutôt pour voir ce que les autres font ailleurs. Voilà, comment arriver à sortir de cette concurrence étrangère? Voilà ma question. Issaka Mohamed du Togo.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Number 3, yes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Richmond. I have a question on the indigenous healing system. We saw that indigenously our forefathers had ways in which they could manage disease conditions. And in the advent of the European and the Western world, you realize that now our indigenous way of healing has become an alternative form of healing. And my question is, what can be done so that there will be a general acceptability that, yes, our indigenous healing systems too are relevant even in these times? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Primrose from Zimbabwe. I work deep in the rural community of Zimbabwe for a project on climate change adaptation. My quick question to Professor Chika is, from my current work, I noticed that from my engagement with herbalists, spirit mediums, and prophets, they told us that nowadays young people, they are now mistaking indigenous knowledge systems with witchcraft. If they quickly say this is witchcraft, even on the simplest thing of like curing a person. So I wanted to ask you some further clarification from the professor. Can we say IKS is, can we classify witchcraft as IKS? What do you think about that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And number 5, where is number? Yes, you're here. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Pishelo Bunkem. My question is, you said that we have to educate the mass about our indigenous knowledge system. So as I was collecting data last month, when I was speaking with the knowledge holders in my communities, almost all of them, they mentioned that the government keeps on failing them when it comes to reviving their indigenous ways of living. So I wanted to find out if we were to implement any programs to help them to revive those indigenous knowledge or indigenous ways of living. Do you think people or these knowledge holders in those communities will be willing to partake in those programs? Because now they have this thing at the back of their mind that, okay, the government will only choose 10 or 5 people. And then from there, after a few months, those things are not gonna exist. Like they will just close it and then go on a publication and just say, you know what, we went to this community and then we did this, only to find out that they only focused on a few groups.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you for the questions. And I think I should just take this out. Okay. When it comes to spirituality and indigenous knowledge, I think we all agree that spirituality is not religion, right? we are all spirit beings for the most part. Every religion believes that we are made of spirit, a soul, a body. If you subscribe to any religion, if you do not, then you probably believe that this is all there is, and the moment you breathe your last, that's the end of it. So our spirituality can vary depending on our understanding of life. So again, we must be careful in what we say is African indigenous knowledge. There was a lot of fluidity in religious practice back in the day, even before the entrance of the religions that are now major in Africa, Christianity and Islam. Africans will borrow religion. I actually have a particular instance I know where a community gave up their own God, borrowed from a far community, began to worship that God. And also, so there was just a lot of fluidity. So what do we even call indigenous? Is there anything like African in the traditional religion, where communities will come up with gods that they felt they could identify with at each point in time? And they also came up with knowledge that suited their climes and their interaction with nature. So I think we need to get to that place where we free African indigenous knowledge from the colonial interpretation of being all about African traditional religion. Africans sat down to think and came up with knowledge outside of religious practices. And that does not affect their spirituality, will not affect their spirituality in any way. So if you are Muslim, you are free to practice as much as you feel your faith allows you to. If you are Christian, you are free to practice as much as your faith allows you to. What we must never no longer do is to shame people for being of any other religion and subscribing to indigenous knowledge and declare them not to be serious with that. And also it ties to the next question, the cost of funding different languages. It does take a lot, but much more than the money, it's about the willpower to organize people around the necessity of maintaining their own language. It doesn't cost me anything as a mom to speak my language to my children, right? Yeah, so if that is something I do willingly and my children are bilingual because of the willpower I have to do that, then we take that even higher to communities and then to societies, to national governments. So if we sit down to explore this, we would discover that it is not about the money. It's about the willpower and the fact that there is vested interest in trying to uphold different knowledge, different languages. And the second question, again, quickly, so we can get one more round in, Professor. Yeah, and the battle between Western knowledge and indigenous knowledge is a battle that power can address. And the power that we need is the power of knowledge. I don't think there's any shortcut to that. And that is why education is critical. What you are doing is central to changing the narrative in different ways. At the formal level, at the non-formal level, which include the conferences, at the informal level, what conversations are we having with our friends, with our children, with our family members? What are we putting out there? What are we posting on social media? Each time you open your mouth to say something or to post something, you have educated someone, right? So we need to understand that the knowledge is a battle that knowledge will win. And as long as we stay positive and stay focused on the positive aspects of exploring Africa's indigenous knowledge, it's only a question of time. If a day like this can come in Africa, then there is hope for indigenous knowledge in Africa. Believe me, yes. And indigenous healing system that our forefathers could manage their healing, how do we use to get, how can we get that back? Again, going back to community education, community research, community knowledge system being preserved across communities. Those are things that we cannot in any way look down on. We have to build community universities. If it's a university of only 100 students and 10 researchers, investing in a community research, it's a lot. Do you know how much output that will be? That will change the community, knowledge about the community. And indigenous knowledge, witchcraft. Is indigenous knowledge witchcraft? Indigenous knowledge is not witchcraft. I'm sure that we are aware of that. Indigenous knowledge is not witchcraft. And again, witchcraft, of course, as we know, can bear many interpretations. But at the end of the day, whatever is harmful should not be promoted under any, whatever does not build, whatever does not protect, whatever does not treat with respect should not be promoted as indigenous knowledge. And finally, the government has failed, yes, indigenous communities all over the world, in the Americas. Researchers, we're not going to replicate, of course, that same disrespect for their system, deceit for what the outcome will be done, how they will be treated. We're going there with a different mindset as co-producers of knowledge and being able to even go there to ask questions. You don't know, what do you want? How can we work together? From that humble place, perhaps, you can start to build what the government has destroyed in ways that will significantly impact these communities.
Thank you very much. So we'll go for the last round, and I want to take us. And so, one, Professor, and then see what you have done to us. And no, yeah, I saw some hands here. So you've been number 2, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pink, right? 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that'll be all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I don't take her, I won't get back to Nigeria. I won't get back to Nigeria. So yes, I recognize you. So let's go, Professor.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, j'ai pas de questions, j'ai un petit commentaire, 3 petits commentaires. Je remercie d'abord Madame pour la présentation et pour les exemples qu'elle a présentés. Moi, je tiens juste à dire que depuis 3 jours de temps qu'on parle des savoirs autochtones sur un temps émotionnel. Or, la question principale, je trouve que la question principale et le défi majeur, ce n'est pas seulement de défendre ces savoirs autochtones, mais comment les insérer, parce que ces savoirs existent en nous, ils sont là, ils nous habitent, on les connaît. Par exemple, quand on a un problème de grippe ou un problème de douleur, vite, on va vers une tisane de Melhuiza, comme on dit chez nous en Algérie, on va vers le cumin pour des douleurs. Mais moi je trouve que c'est le vrai défi, c'est comment valoriser, comment formaliser ces savoirs, comment les insérer dans la vie scientifique de l'Afrique. Ça, c'est pour le premier commentaire. Pour la question de la langue, je vois que la question de la langue revient depuis 2, 3 jours. Dommage qu'il n'y a pas un traducteur de langue arabe. J'aurais récité un poème de la langue arabe qui se plaint de nous parce que c'est pas une langue actuellement, c'est pas une langue de science. Dommage que vous ne connaissez pas l'arabe, mais tant pis, je vais le dire, vous allez le sentir. رموني بعقم في الشباب وليتني عقمت ولم أجزع بقولي عداتي. C'est la langue arabe qui se plaint. C'est un poète. C'est Ahmed Shawqi, Brahim. Voilà, c'est le grand poète égyptien qui défend la langue arabe et en parlant à son nom. Je trouve que pour insérer nos langues dans les sciences, il faut les développer. Il faut pas les regarder comme des outils simples, comme des outils de langage, des outils folkloriques. Il faut les réinventer, les développer, c'est-à-dire produire des lexiques modernes qui correspondent aux sciences qui s'imposent à nous. Et
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Il reste une petite remarque, s'il vous plaît, que je trouve à mon sens importante. C'est-à-dire, on parle des savoirs autochtones et moi j'ai peur qu'on tombe dans l'intégrisme, c'est-à-dire cela ne veut pas dire que on valorise pas nos. Je trouve qu'il faut parler de savoirs autochtones en tenant compte qu'il y a aussi des savoirs à côté qui sont aussi importants, qui sont le fruit de l'évolution humaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Yes, number two, we have to go very fast.
All right.
Number two, yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
My name is Tony from Nigeria. So the question is, when incorporating African regional knowledge in the university curriculum, do you think there should be a collaboration with the Western knowledge system and the academic methods? Or should the indigenous knowledge form its own framework in order to be accepted globally? What I meant by the Western knowledge system, now trying to use their own methods of getting documentations, testing involved, or should we go by our own principle? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number three. Yeah.
Colette from Zimbabwe. So for me, I think I'm relating to what one of the panelists yesterday highlighted on the issue of institution, like in Africa, to say that indigenous knowledge is mainly in the informal institutions. So are there mechanisms and maybe ways that maybe we are thinking about to also try and make sure that our indigenous knowledge is also mainstreamed into the formal institutions, or maybe also to involve policymakers in these discussions? Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Number four.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole donnée. Moi, c'est Ndeye Khady Touré, du Sénégal. J'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'il existe des savoirs autochtones qui découlent de nos pays africains et qui ont été adoptés sur le plan international? Merci.
Thank you very much. Yes, I like that kind of question. Next one. Number five.
Good morning, everybody. Odwanyo, from Nigeria. I want to appreciate the presenter for that brilliant work. But my question over the year has been somebody who is enthusiastic about studying indigenous knowledge and the issues surrounding. What can I do as a researcher to ensure that the gods don't get angry with me while trying to study them and then have a view of the knowledge? Because we've heard over the year, researchers finding it difficult, or probably when festivals are being done, people not being free to access them. So what can we do as young researchers? Or what can I do as a young researcher? Thank you.
Thank you. Number six.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tam Olivia from Cameroon, and I'm a teacher working on how indigenous games can be reintegrated into the Cameroon curriculum and how it can enhance teaching and learning. My concern is because of the rapid urbanization and the digital lifestyle of my learners, I'm concerned how can this work not just end at the level of documentation, how can it be a living practice in a classroom, especially in areas that is affected by conflict?
Thank you. Number seven. Yes.
Oui. Bonjour, chers tous. Je suis à Tego du Togo. Nous sommes en train de vouloir valoriser les savoirs endogènes ici. Et nous savons que dans nos pays et surtout dans certaines contrées, il y a des savoirs très vitaux qui sont parfois confidentiels et sacrés. Ma question est de savoir comment concilier ces savoirs confidentiels à leur diffusion. Parce que tout compte fait, s'il y a des savoirs qui ne sont pas diffusés, ils seront toujours marginalisés et passés à l'oubli. Merci.
Thank you very much. Yes, next. Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Asha Taban, a spoken word artist and literature teacher from Uganda. Professor Chika, I really appreciate the distinction you made between African traditional religion and African indigenous knowledge. And I agree that engagement doesn't require religious adherence, but it raises a follow-up question regarding decolonization. Even if we separate the two conceptually, don't our ingrained religious worldviews still act as a filter? How do we ensure that our pre-colonial or colonially influenced religious conditioning isn't subtly distorting how we receive the value of African indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Very much. Number 9.
Bonjour, bonjour tout le monde, bonjour madame, et merci pour votre brillante et enrichissante présentation. Je pense que la question de savoir endogène est d'abord, doit commencer par une autre éducation, on doit refaire notre éducation. Mais maintenant, vous avez parlé par exemple de l'huile de palme qu'on devrait intégrer dans nos alimentations. Par exemple, chez moi dans mon village, il y avait des palmiers qui poussaient des noix. Mais maintenant, avec la densité aussi de la population, on commence à voir que ces noix-là, même au village, sont devenues rares. Et en même temps, on utilise aussi ces mêmes noix pour produire de l'huile de palme. Mais maintenant, j'ai envie de savoir comment est-ce qu'on peut maintenant produire, par exemple, cette huile de palme-là en grande quantité pour tout le monde, sans, je sais pas, sans forcément utiliser la technologie occidentale, par exemple. Est-ce que ce sera possible? Maintenant, on dit le chocolat, c'est pas bien de manger le chocolat, mais on dit que le chocolat vient du cacao qui est produit chez nous. En fait, comment donc concilier cela? Le chocolat vient du cacao. On ne doit pas manger, est-ce qu'on ne doit pas manger le chocolat parce que ça vient du cacao qui est produit chez nous? Comment concilier en fait savoir endogène et technologie qui améliore en fait le savoir et la production et la conservation de nos cultures? Merci.
Thank you. Number 10.
Bonjour à tous, merci. Merci pour votre question. Je suis Gédélie Yawa de la Ligue. Actuellement, notre volonté, c'est de valoriser nos identités africaines, valoriser le savoir endogène et aussi la production de femmes. Et je voudrais savoir pourquoi les produits qui ont été valorisés, réalisés en Afrique, dans notre pays, coûtent plus cher que ce qui a été importé. Est-ce que cela ne constitue pas un obstacle à leur sérénité, à leur démocratisation?
Very much. Last but not least. Very much. And then you have
made a lot of points that we need to have in mind on developing our language and being able to reinvent them, develop modern glossaries. There is no, again, way we can avoid doing that. We have to work on them, on that seriously. And then the second question, when incorporating African indigenous knowledge, should there be collaboration with other knowledge, Western knowledge? I think you will spend next week on methodology. You will discuss a lot of that. So I wouldn't even try to preempt what the distinguished speakers and those who will work with you next week have already prepared. You will hear a lot about that. You need to be equipped to go to the field. on that. And number 3 says indigenous knowledge is mainly informal. In informal spaces, how do we mainstream them, incorporate them in policy? And quite a few countries are beginning to work on that. Rwanda, for example, there is a concept called ubudehe. Ubudehe in Rwanda is a concept where people would come together within communities to make sure that there is no one who is left behind. So if there is a widow in that community who doesn't have a child, then it is the responsibility of community members to make sure and of course an elderly widow, that she's taken care of, she has water fetched for her, she has food, her farmland is cultivated. So what the government did is, government now had to bring Ubudehe into practice in terms of social protection. Government of Rwanda adopted Ubudehe as a social protection strategy and was able to brought communities together to enhance Ubudehe in ways that made it official, and the government was able to bring it into formal spaces. So that's just one example. And I know some other communities, but we don't want to go into the fact that Rwanda is a homogeneous society, more or less. There's only one language spoken, it's one culture, forget the Hutu-Tutsi divide that the colonialists embedded. It becomes more complex when we have some societies with different cultures vying for supremacy in some instances. But again, there can be ways to work that out. But it is important. Rwanda also has Jirinha, 1 cow per poor family, again, a traditional practice incorporated into social protection, whereby people who don't have cows are gifted cows by their neighbors when the cow breeds a male cow. And that has been traditionally practiced. Government brought it in. The Ministry of Agriculture in Rwanda used that to move a lot of people out of poverty into being cattle owners. And examples of African indigenous knowledge adapted internationally. I think really much more than us vying for international recognition, we should look more deeply into building our own indigenous knowledge for ourselves before we think of exporting. If, of course, anybody picks up on any of that, we know it's already happening with traditional medicine. A lot of poaching is going on, stealing of indigenous biopiracy, it is called. But for us here in this room, we're concerned with building, developing knowledge for ourselves, for our communities, and the communities where we will work. What can I do to not anger the gods? It depends on the God you're talking about. But I think it ties, I can bring that close to the last question by the last speaker. Humility is critical. When I was going into the field, or whenever I have to go into the field, and to the best of your ability, do it. Humility. You know nothing, really. The best of us, I can have 10 doctorate degrees from different universities in Europe and America. But when I sit and talk with you, I know nothing. Perhaps you've had an experience I have never had. No one in my generation has ever had that. Not perhaps, definitely. And I have so much to learn from you. So when we go with this attitude of humility, it helps a lot. It's so difficult to look down on someone who is truly humble, honestly humble. Even the gods will not be angry with that, with that kind of person, if you ask me. And you're quick to apologize, you're quick to make amends, and just to be sure that everyone is feels respected and appreciated. That is important. And I'm glad that our sister is working on indigenous games in Cameroon and thinking of how it can be made a living practice. When it comes to K-12, and K-12, of course, means from kindergarten to 12th grade or senior 6, we have a chance to mold these minds. I think that's actually the best time to be able to inculcate these principles of indigenous knowledge. because you still have some leeway in the classroom. In a university classroom, well, we try to enforce some things in the classroom, but the interaction is not as intense as what we have, especially even in elementary schools. So it's such a great opportunity for teachers to bring in practicing these indigenous knowledge interpretations, in this instance, games. I have someone who is a Montessori teacher, and I was just talking with the person, and I said, we need to write and co-author an article on Montessori education and indigenous knowledge, because there are many similarities on practical hands-on learning and what indigenous education is all about. I guess that's just something to think about. So again, thank you to the person who intervened from Togo, talking of how we want to add value to indigenous knowledge. But yes, secrecy is one of the challenges we face with indigenous knowledge, how that this is not supposed to be talked about. But I still think there are ways to get about it. If you talk to the right people, if you allow the right people to take decisions for themselves, if you are patient, usually we've seen people respectfully share their knowledge when they feel a sense of bonding with researchers. It's about trust, and over time. So it's not something that we should just think that can never be crossed. It's not a line, it's not a boundary. Researchers have crossed that line and have been able to obtain knowledge that they used with community to build community knowledge systems. And I think 2 minutes, okay, decolonization of our minds through religion. You know, if you listen to Professor as he was presenting about the Ajami manuscripts yesterday, and being from a predominantly Muslim community himself, you wouldn't think that someone would openly discuss Arabic as not being the only language. You wouldn't think a Muslim scholar would be bold enough to discuss Arabic as not being the only language that, you know, the God that they understand, worship, speaks. So we have to be careful what we say. When you look through the Bible, for example, for the Christians, you find the God of the Bible saying, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Ancestral, generational. You go through the Bible, you find places where it talks about how indigenous knowledge should be respected. In the book of Job, it talks about how you have to respect the knowledge of your fathers. So what are we talking about? And whose religion, actually? When you adopt a religion, you make it what you want it to be. And that's what we saw yesterday with the Muslim scholar who refused to accept that Wolof cannot be respected as a language in a Muslim community. Again, if you are Christian, and I use these two religions, they are the most popular in Africa. You go through your holy book, you will find places where you definitely can defend your stand as someone who studies indigenous knowledge. And I think number 9 is how we reinvent our education, repopulate our palm trees. During COVID taught us a lesson that we should not depend on industrial agriculture for sustenance. If those industries close tomorrow, we don't want another crisis. What are we going to eat? Everyone should have a farm. Everyone should grow their own food. Our forefathers grew their own food, whether they had other occupations. As long as you can have a patch of land, grow something you can eat. Don't depend on industrial agriculture. It's not reliable, and it's causing a lot of challenges to the ecosystem. So again, I know that's kind of can invite some form of contestation or criticism, but yes, COVID-19 taught us that depending on industrial agriculture is dangerous for humanity, not just because of the other challenges it causes. And finally, how do we add value to our African identity through African products are more expensive? Again, how do we begin to scale out, much more than scaling up? When we say scaling up, we're talking of bringing in huge industries, bringing in all these heavy machinery. How do we scale out where more people are involved in manufacturing, in farming, in just living lives that nourish society at what society needs? When we start with that, we find that we are building society, we are building our communities, and whatever comes out of it can only grow. It's not imported from outside. So I think that's about it. Thank you, Professor.
Please help me thank them again. Thank Dr. Esiogu. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Folayan, for your chairmanship. So here we are at the end of the first session of the day. We are about 10 minutes late on our program. Just a quick thing before we go. We forgot to tell you that I think you saw that the QR code on your badges. Okay, so the QR code on your badges, if you scan it, or if someone else scan it, they will access your bio. Okay, it's for you to get to know each other. So you can, when you see someone, you meet someone, you don't have business card, but you can just scan the QR code of that person's badge and access the person badge, the person bio on the website. It will just bring you to the website. Okay, each one of you has her or his bio on the website with what you're doing, your picture and everything. So just scan the QR code when you meet each other. That will get you to know what the other person is working on. All right. So let's have a 15-minute tea break. Okay, so that we don't get late for the day. We'll have a 15-minute tea break and we'll come back here at 11:30 still for the following session. The following session will be about recentering indigenous knowledge in African research with the chairmanship of Professor Ngom. Thank you and see you at 11:30. What I meant is that you can go on tea break now. I can still see people around. So don't forget to leave your headsets.
Deux, test. Un, deux, test. Un, deux. Un, deux, test. One, two. Un. Un, deux, test. One, two. Un, deux, test. C'est bon? Un, deux.
And they want you to know that they are no paper. No, I mean, okay, and so I could be always, I don't find it. That's why I also like, but hopefully it's not accurate. I was gonna ask you something. I'm gonna so that's why I want to a good word. Yeah. I guess there are many things. There are many things. I just one week that I only I put in I found the this is I think it's up 50. Yeah, no, it's particularly not talking. Yeah, like I should go. I will go tomorrow. I can't go tomorrow, but yeah, I will have my mojo.
Where are you going to see it? Good to see you. Good to see you. Honestly. Very good. Yeah, good to see you, sir. This is where they just sit. Okay, maybe I should bring my, this is, maybe, where is yours? This is yours. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay. How many speakers? I think three. What is the center? No, there's another one. There is one person that is. There's one person missing. Yes. Hello. Au revoir, bonjour. Ça va bien? Merci, merci. Bien donc, bien donc. Vous avez été très occupé là. Vous n'avez pas bien dormi. Non, ça va. Ok, merci, merci. Yeah. Professor, somebody was asking for you. I don't know. I told him to come in. He was looking for you. Yeah. So how much time do you do them? Oh, time. I mean, how many time do we have until next break? You have an hour and a half. Okay. So what I was thinking was I would do a brief introduction and then introduce them. Then give them between 7 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, we said 7 to 10, but you can give them a little bit more if they need more. Yeah, maybe nobody is coming. So if you, I mean, the third person is not here.
So she's here, right?
Oh, she's here.
Yeah, but I think it would be good to have more questions from students so we can engage them more.
Yeah.
So maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
And then I won't talk a lot. I won't talk a lot. I will only give my feedback at the end.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
And then we'll.
I need some minutes more.
Like how many?
Probably
13,
14.
13, okay.
Okay, 13.
Okay.
So I will calculate you account.
So you are at this, huh?
In addition.
I have, we'll talk later. I used to have collaboration with faculty from there. From Addis. Yes.
Please have a seat. Have a seat, please. Thank you for sitting down, for settling down.
Yeah, optics does not look there.
Please have a seat.
The things does all look bad, yeah.
Welcome back. So we are here for the first panel of the day on recentering indigenous knowledge in African research, a panel chaired by Professor Falu Ngom. Prof, I give you the microphone.
Morning. Can everybody hear me? All right, I hope you slept very well. I did. I'm very honored today to chair this panel. We have a distinguished panelist here, and the theme is a very important one and timely about recentering indigenous knowledge in African research. And the panel is asked to reflect on how to normalize the inclusions of indigenous African knowledge in research, and how do we make it legitimate rather than marginal. My tasks are very clear, is to ensure that the panelists
help us understand from their own research, their own institutions, their own methodologies, and in the world of policy changes, what would be the best way to move forward so that African sources of knowledge become part of research and teaching about Africa? How do we engage indigenous ways of seeing the world in a collaborative manner and issues dealing with ethics? The people we work with in Africa, how do we make sure that we treat them with dignity and respect? And also, how do we protect the resources we take from them? We know that in general, the colonial approach has been an extractive model where Africans are used as informants and often not even included in publications. It is our job to make sure that when we include local scholars or so-called informants, that we do justice to them by making sure they are recognized fully as we are also recognized in our publications. The other issue that I think is very relevant that I hope to learn from the panelists and the questions from the students includes the kind of barriers that limit the recognition of indigenous knowledge. At the level of universities, what are the challenges that we face? At the level of funding sources, grants, fellowships, what are the challenges that we face in making sure African sources of knowledge are included? At the level of publishing, scholarly works, journals, books, peer-reviewed books, what are the challenges that we face to include African sources of knowledge? At the level of policy work, especially in our African countries that have inherited institutional models rooted in the colonial era. What are the policy changes that need to be made to make sure that the next generation is trained and equipped with the skills needed to include indigenous African knowledge systems in the way we teach and the way we conduct research? So we have 3 panelists. Each of them will speak about 10 minutes, and we would ask them to reflect on their own research, their own experiences at their institutions, and their own engagement with indigenous knowledge. And after that, we'll open the floor to the fellows who will be the next generation of scholars to whom we're giving the baton so that they can ask questions. And please think about questions that are forward-looking in the future. Questions that you may face in your own dissertations, in your own research, in your own master's thesis, questions that might elicit responses from the experts we have here. Okay? I'm going to introduce now the panelists. We have 3 distinguished ones. The first one is Dr. Zubairu Y, right here. He's an associate professor of political science and global development studies. He's the author of Epistemologies of African Conflicts, Violence, Evolutionism, and the War in Sierra Leone, which won the Association of Third World Studies Toyin Falola Africa Book Award in 2013, and co-authored with Matthew Ingaze of Recently Africa in International Relations, Beyond Lack, Periphery, and Failure. His research takes up epistemological questions regarding the nature, conditions, and limits of disciplinary knowledge and practices in international relations, developmental studies, conflict and security studies, and African studies. Specifically, he focuses on how the intersections of power and coloniality frame the discourses and political economy of knowledge, violence, conflict, development, and state formation in Africa, and the global South more broadly. His most recent manuscript, Thinking the Colonial Library, Mudimbe, Gnosis, and the predicament of the Africanist. We'll have to talk about that because that's one of my favorite books, which interrogates the contaminating vectors of the colonial archives and its implications for epistemic decolonization, will be published this year. Quite an achievement. So please join me in congratulating our first scholar. Our second speaker is Dr. Pinky Megwe. He is the Chief Operating Officer at the Africa Health Research Institute in South Africa before joining AFRIAK in 2021. She was Senior Regional Advisor for Africa and West Asia at the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. She has also held executive positions at the University of Johannesburg and the University of Botswana. She was previously a visiting researcher at Wits Institute of Social and Economic Research and at Malbo University in Sweden, and was a lecturer at the University of Botswana for over a decade. Dr. Megwe holds a PhD in literary theory and gender studies and a master's in critical theory from the University of Essex, as well as a BA from the University of Botswana. Quite an achievement. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pinky. And our third panelist is none other than Dr. Workine Kelbasa Tanasle. He is a professor of philosophy at Addis Ababa University, where he has taught since 1988. He holds degrees in philosophy and development studies from Addis Ababa University, Erasmus University, Rotterdam, and the University of Wales, Cardiff. His interdisciplinary research covers African philosophy, indigenous knowledge, environmental and developmental ethics, climate and water ethics, globalization, and the philosophy of love and sex. Professor Kelbasa has authored and co-edited books and published widely in academic journals and edited volumes. He has held visiting positions at universities across Africa, Europe, and the United States, and the Middle East. He currently leads the 4-year research project titled Environmental Ethics and Values in Ethiopia from 2024 to 2028. That's the duration of the project. He has served on UNESCO's World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology and the International Panel on Social Progress. He is a member of the Ethiopian Academy of Sciences and has served on the editorial board of several international journals. So we're very fortunate to have such a distinguished list of panelists. Please join me in welcoming Professor Kelbasa. So the first panelist then is Professor Zubairu Vai. Zubairu, please, you have about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gom, for such a fantastic introduction. I want to start by thanking Kodesria for inviting this presentation, and especially those that were working behind the scenes to make my presence possible. Professor Lawani, and of course, Sheila, Mariam, Dominic, and Batha. Thank you for having me. So after Professor Gom's presentation yesterday, I decided to modify my presentation a bit to have a conversation with him, even if tangentially, to be in dialogue with him, especially since I just completed a manuscript that is in press right now. I'm thinking the Colonial Library. And what I try to do in a manuscript is to attempt to think the nature and condition of producing knowledge about Africa. Specifically, the book grapples with the challenges that the Colonial Library, what Valentin Mudimbe calls the Colonial Library, poses for thinking Africa beyond the colonial foundations of disciplinary knowledge. And the conclusion of the book, I believe, has significant implications for the meeting that we are having here, and especially in my conversation that I want to stage with Professor Gom. I agree with Professor Gom that about the significance of local and indigenous knowledges and his stress on the need to return to the sources of local knowledges. Indeed, the idea that every society or culture has knowledge systems derived from its own specific local context and cultural milieu, and that the recuperation of these knowledge systems and traditions is important for rethinking modernity, rethinking our societies, rethinking knowledge and the disciplines. It's without saying, I mean, that we all agree on. And so and especially when it comes to Africa, there is this result of the colonial, how do you call it now? Misanthropic skepticism that exists, so that things that are allowed and applied to other societies are actually never really accorded to Africa. I mean, Hegel in the philosophy of history says, when it comes to Africa, the issue of universalism has to be put to the side because the African character is particular and stuff, right? And so what I wanted them to do, when we think of the grounded normativity of the embodied histories of local systems, indigenous knowledges reflect the unique and cultural worldview, the ethnographic or cosmographic beliefs, the cognitive patterns, Gnostic systems, linguistic patterns of society, and as such, they function as the vessel for a collective cultural and historical memory. And Professor Gom's presentation laid that very clearly. If you go into local systems, you see how rich and embedded they are. So I do not disagree with Professor Gom on this regard. What I wanted to do was to complicate the story a little bit. If anything, his challenge that we turn to indigenous systems is very important, but that also raises its own questions. And the question for me then is that, the question that I want to raise is that, how exactly are these indigenous systems encountered and how are they translated within the social and human disciplines? Because if we say we are going to center indigenous system, the methodological and epistemological question becomes significant. Somehow he's been able to transcend that and he's done such a fantastic job. But it also draws our attention to a particular form of vigilance. And we have to move beyond superficiality by just saying, oh, indigenous knowledges exist, therefore we could just use them. And I have, normally when I'm reviewing applications for Codestria, I get really frustrated. Like people just like, oh, indigenous knowledge, and then that is supposed to solve all the problem. And the issue here then is I want to raise the issue of translation. And normally when it comes to Africa, indigeneity has come to also function as the code name for authenticity. So you saw one of the questions to Professor Gom was like, oh, well, these are Arab sources. Like, how do you, as if African indigenous systems have always been static, they do not change. And so we have this colonial anthropological idea when we think of indigenous people as if they are static and frozen in history, that if we go back to recuperate them, then we have to see those indigenous systems as they have always existed. As if people like me cannot be African because I'm speaking in a European language. And so that is the issue. So specifically then, when we think of indigeneity, at the heart of the question of indigeneity, usually in Africa, is the question of authenticity. That is the pretension to a purity, a yearning for an unadulterated African voice presumed to have escaped the corrupting violence of colonial modernity, hence the locus of cultural, epistemic, and identitarian purity. But if we accept that the structural conditions of colonial modernity cannot be exited in any absolute sense, then it means that the very notion of authenticity is the problem. So in my book, what I try to do then is to say, maybe the issue is not that indigenous knowledges exist, but maybe it's the very notion of authenticity that we have to rethink and redefine. So V.Y. Mudimbe, I'm a student of Valentin Mudimbe. He teaches me that etymology, the etymological root of words is usually a prudent way for conceptualization. And so if you take authentic from the Greek origin and its semantic value, authenticity already carries with it a very particular meaning. So authenticos, that is that which is genuine or authoritative, derived from authentis, the author or doer, or one who acts on one's own authority. So at the root of the term, a compound of two Greek words joins auto and hentis in order to denote the recovery, in order to denote not a recovery of an original primordial essence or purity, but the idea of something being self-created. And so what Professor Gom was describing, for instance, in terms of how people are using Arabic scripts to produce, to write in their own local languages, they are doing it on their own authority. That is authentic. That's how I understand authenticity. Not the idea that, colonial modernity, there's African culture that exists separate, outside of the traditions that exist. African cultures have always lent to the world and they have always borrowed. And so if we understand authentic this way, then once we return it to its semantic value, authenticity ceases to be at the essentialist label to which it has been put. And I will end, because I don't have time, I only have 10 minutes, with, I'll illustrate this idea of authenticity with Fela Anikulapo Kuti and the pioneering Nigerian musician. He basically labeled his music Afrobeats. But if you listen to Fela, what you have is a combination of multiple sounds. You have West African high life, you have the improvisory grammar of American jazz, funk, and soul, interlaced with the call and response idioms of street protest, with Yoruba, or with the force of Yoruba orature and Pidgin orature. And it produces something that is transferable across multiple genres. If you listen to Fela, you know he's African, but what he is referring to as Afrobeat, he's basically suggesting that where the world is being chewed and metabolized and rethought and rearranged and fed back to the world, it's African. So whilst people who listen to jazz and funk could hear Afrobeat, and there is, I'm not talking of Afrobeats with Burna Boy, they are lame, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about Afrobeat Fela Kuti. When you listen to that, if you are a jazz lover, of course, there is a relationship, you understand it. But there is no mistaking the idea that this is Africanly produced. And so authenticity in that sense, Fela is producing the world and thinking about the world, seeing the world from his African location. And he's telling you that this is where. So one way, then I'll end on this, we have to think about indigenous knowledges. It's one, not to think of them as dead and static and existing as if nothing touched them. Two, that they are contaminated, of course. They come in touch, they lend and they borrow. But when we bring them into the disciplines, we have to do so with the idea that African systems are very dynamic. And from that African location, we chew the world and we give back to the world. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor White. These are thought-provoking, interesting conversations. Looking forward to continuing them. We now give the floor to Dr. Megwe to teach us about how do we include African sources of knowledge in more practical ways based on her experience. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Ngom. Thokozani. Dumelang. Good morning. Nagadef. Bonjour. Sanibonani. I was very impressed this morning with the Yoruba greeting. There's so much that is carried in our languages and in the manner in which we practice our everyday lives. When we say Dumelang in Setswana, normally the response is ahe. So if you recall how we were asked to respond, that intonation, that sound that you give in response is actually connected to your vibration, and it picks it up and it gets you to actually feel fine, right? Professor Ngom, you certainly gave us a tour de force yesterday. Like the speaker before me, it got me to rethink what I was going to share this morning. What I had intended to start with was to remind how we got here, to remind about the imperative of researching Africa for Africa's sake, but of course also for the world's sake. But I thought you put paid to all of that. We know our problems, we know our issues. Let me rather try to be a good speaker who follows rules rather than tries to be defiant, and just try to answer the questions that I was tasked to answer, and also be the administrator that I am and talk about what we are trying to do at our institution before I venture into an area that I have hardly shared in spaces of this nature, which is to, as it were, write myself into this script of what we could possibly do as African scholars as we go forward. And so I thought with this very beautiful picture that talks to me about our connectedness, that talks about inclusivity. And as you will see throughout the slides, where I tried to cheat by throwing in all kinds of things, as well as all of the writing that I can that I won't be able to speak to. You'll be able to make your interpretations, your connections, because I talk about so much more than what I have written. I talk about indigenous knowledge from the perspective that indigenous knowledge is really about our traditional customs, our beliefs, our practices. And so I differ from the lecture this morning in understanding our traditional practices as part and parcel of our indigenous knowledge. I've been asked to talk about those practical steps. So I begin by looking at what is happening globally because of this interconnectedness, because of the importance of recentering, because as you go back in time, as we've heard, Africa was this cradle of humanity, and it is about time the reclamation happens with the current set of scholars and those that go beyond. I talk about ARI when I look at the institutional practices and some of those ethical changes. And I also look at, as I said, what I believe we could do when we talk about transforming research cultures. And please be gentle with me, Prof. Sango. So why now? Why is this such an opportune time? There's a lot that is going on. One of those moments that are historical is the World Health Organization's traditional medicine strategy that has now been adopted since last year. And I do believe that it has been adopted in part because Africans are part and parcel of these discussions, but also there is no running away from the fact that there is a revival and effervescence of indigenous and what I call complementary knowledges, because I don't believe them to be alternative. These are countering the normative silencing, the denigration that we often get, the marginalization, and we get this also being transferred, the information, the sharing by digital media, by the social media, the citizen journalism. There's so much podcasts now. There is such a plurality of voices that it is very difficult to shut us down anymore. There are 4 global objectives that have been singled out within this strategy by the WHO: evidence, regulation, integration, partnership. And yes, it is important to talk about the manner in which our people have been denigrated, how our practices have been called witchcraft. Have we wondered, as we talk about innovation, what it is that keeps people flying on brooms, if at all that is actually what is happening? Is there something that we could actually get something positive out of, rather than spend time essentially saying the same things that those that have wanted all of our knowledges to be shut away, to be kept in the dark? We keep saying the same things. Sometimes it seems to me unconsciously. But I want to go into ARI now and say where we are, where we stand. If you look up where you still can see pictures, you'll see that we have campuses in Durban, as well as in Somkhele, Durban being the city where we sit within the UKZN campus and the medical school, and we have all those labs in that beautiful building there, glass, modern. On the right side, it is our Somkhele campus. We sit within a community that we work with, that we work for. This is our broad value chain. What we're keen on is that the science should be interventionary, and the value chain is that broad: population science, clinical, basic and translational, as well as social science. But we also have these intersecting areas that we've become really very good at. Right. We are strategy driven. We also very much values driven. And so we have now drafted our indigenous and natural medicine strategy. And this is what we bring to traditional medicine, indigenous knowledge. We also happen to be within a context that is supportive. And this is because of interventions of researchers that have insisted that their voices ought to be heard. And so even this month, when we talk about recognition, August is Traditional Medicine Month in South Africa. Prescriptions can be given by traditional healers. We now have healers working within KwaZulu-Natal hospitals. These are the strategic goals of that indigenous traditional healing strategy. As you can see, we do as much as we can to try and meet the World Health Organization, the global prescripts halfway. We evolve. Okay. We want to be sure that we contribute in as much as we are of as much use as is possible to our local communities. We want to be able to influence policy globally. And so we position ourselves that way. And we also deliberate about being able to measure in order that we can also contribute. It's important that as you generate data, as you produce knowledge, that you also make sure that it speaks to the rest. This way you don't get marginalized. And so this is how we looking to get to 2034 in consonance with that WHO strategy, as it were, but not leaving behind our own people. In terms of evidence, for example, we have a clinical trial that we now at an IP stage with. That's what we call it the Nkabinde trial. We've completed validation. We have confirmed that herbal medicine from this gentleman who's a traditional healer called Mr. Nkabinde does actually cure HIV. We're making sure he gets the IP. We're also making sure the herpes don't die off, but also that we keep his secret. And so we also have provided him with funding so that he can keep producing these plants on a farm, but amidst other plants so that nobody knows what it is actually that he gets from that particular farm. We partner with practitioners, and this is just one of those examples where we went to practitioners and we wanted to talk to them about our autopsy study. Of course, we understand it's very sensitive, but we do need to take some parts of human beings, some cut parts from corpses, and we try as much as possible to do this in a sensitive way. And so they told us they want to understand why we're doing this, how are we doing it? So reciprocity then, key. Referral, we also agreed, would be two-way between the clinics and the healers. We're not about going out there to teach healers what they should do. We also believe that we can learn from the healers in the same way that we've always framed our research to have the local community tell us what they believe their problems are, and then we go from that point. Then we get to do the research, then we come back to them. Sometimes they send us back and they say, no, we don't think this is right. And our researchers have to respond. So what are we doing then within AFRIAK? We see this as an opportunity to do some of this. Non-hierarchical peer-led learning. We're going to be doing site visits, community immersion, all of that, storytelling, and those are the 4 weeks that those of you that are coming to ARI are going to participate within. That's the construct. So what is that road? I wish I had been asked to only talk to this. So for me, this is the beginning of my talk, as Prof. Ngum seems to be suggesting that I should go back. This is not an easy journey. It is a very uncomfortable journey. You should be prepared for resistance. You should be prepared for the same kinds of denigration that some of us who have accepted our calling have to pretty much be made feel unsafe and uncomfortable, even in rooms like this, because it's not easy to shed that which you have learned over so long. So when you hear, for example, an esteemed scholar talking about quarks, and they immediately think about traditional healers. And yet we know that in every profession, there are those that are good and those that are not good. Those are the kinds of things that you should be prepared for. Be prepared to be told that that which you engage with is somehow not as esteemed as something else, because they've always privileged what they have privileged, which generally comes from the worst. So your job then, in my view, is retrieve, as Prof. Ngom was reminding us and other professors, reclaim, but reimagine then what this knowledge ought to do for Africa in the first instance and then for the world. Remember, we have been dismembered. We need to pull together into one body, redefine who we are for ourselves. We are the ones that are responsible for a responsible realignment. We need to relearn, but in relearning, you also have to unlearn. Let me tell you, I accepted my calling after I got my DPhil. And I had to go through phases of people saying, what is she doing with these bees? Didn't they say that she is learned? What is she really doing? Is there something wrong with her? You try and shut those noises down, but you also then realize that within you, you also have doubts. I remember in my early years working with a senior healer, a mother came in with a very small child, very, very hot. And the child she looked to me like she was about to die. And I remember thinking, what is this young mother doing here? She should have gone to the ER. We are in a little hut. And then Senior healer looks at me and says to me, Gogo, pick up the child. I hold it. That child bent my hands. And then she said, okay, Gogo, what do we do? And then I had to forget about all of those doubts about ER and God knows. And I started telling her, Gogo, we need these herbs. We need this water. We need this oil. And we did all of that. I went, threw out water. I came back. The child was playing outside. I know there is so much doubt when it comes to traditional healing practices. They work. I have plenty stories. I keep going, really? How? Because my journey of unlearning is long. It is still going to go on. It is the same with you. The received way of doing research, of doing academia, of getting recognition is not something that comes easy to the one who's unconventional, who writes from the margins and has to reposition themselves. And so for me, the key intervention areas then, having spoken to the need for the return to self, is you're going to have to be courageous. You're going to have to be confident. You're going to have to face up to how important your knowledge production is, and that you have to go against fragmentation. You have to embrace the polymorphous, as you've heard from the various speakers that have spoken. You have to look critically at social construction within African societies. Look at gender fluidity, amadumi, male daughters, female husbands. My God, there is so much for us to retrieve, for us to remember, for us to position ourselves for leadership. We have to redefine scholarship ourselves. What is it that works when you are working with the healers, the communities? Work with that. See what it is that works. Your contribution could simply be that your methodology is different. We did not get here because everybody just received it from somewhere. Somebody started something, someplace, and communication in itself is important. There are different ways of speaking. The nomenclature has to change. You have to look at the different manners and ways in which Africans speak through fabrics. Mshai Mwangola interprets the meaning of fabrics and the languages that are spoken, by the things we wear, by the beads, by so much that is around us. Indigeneity, everyday customs, traditions, beliefs. That is why it also then becomes important to also look at healing, health, and well-being, which I could talk much more about if I had time, but I'm really very thankful that you listened to me this morning. Thank you.
Very good. There's so many things on this on material practice. I think this is a part of conversation. I now invite Professor Wakina Kelbasa, who is going to bring us to a whole different level. So, Professor, you have the floor.
Yeah, what is that? First of all, I would like to thank Codestia for inviting me to attend this important conference. and meet brilliant young Africans. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your generous introduction. What I'm going to do this afternoon is first I'll briefly define indigenous knowledge systems. I don't want to focus on that because that's been defined by various scholars. And I would like to focus on conceptualizing, recentering. And again, I'll briefly talk about limitations of indigenous knowledge and challenge to indigenous knowledge and conclusion and future directions. Now, the objective of this presentation is to explore the current status of indigenous knowledge and to demonstrate the need to recenter it in African research. There are some basic points in this presentation. First, African research often overrepresents imported theory and methods. And recentering indigenous knowledge supports epistemic justice and research sovereignty. And that will be very important to address various issues in different fields. There are some arguments against indigenous knowledge. Some said indigenous knowledge is static, primitive, pre-logical, unscientific, and so on. As a matter of fact, indigenous knowledge and the so-called modern scientific knowledge are incompatible. I will reject this proposition. Indigenous knowledge has been defined in various ways. Indigenous knowledge is internally generated and externally borrowed and adapted knowledge. It involves both new ideas and old ideas. So it is evolving and it is dynamic. So there are different fields of knowledge, different fields in indigenous knowledge. We can have, for example, astronomy in indigenous knowledge. We can also have environmental science, indigenous environmental science, indigenous environmental ethics, and so on and so forth. So there are different fields. So let me try to talk about conceptualizing recentering. First, we have to start from local questions, initiating research from African priorities, values, community questions, rather than foreign agendas. That will be our starting point. Now, the first one is indigenous knowledge both involves what we call theory and method. We have indigenous theories and at the same time indigenous methods. We have indigenous scientists. And likewise, we have also modern scientists. Indigenous scientists and modern scientists share many things in common. Shared authority, partnering with local elders, practitioners, and knowledge holders as co-researchers and equal authority figures. So we shouldn't try to dominate, therefore, indigenous knowledge holders and indigenous knowledge keepers. We should also consider them as co-researchers. And again, reciprocal research ecosystems, ensuring all research outputs return tangible socioeconomic and ecological value to local communities. So there are various ethical concepts in African worldview. One of the most important ethical principles is community consent. So we shouldn't therefore impose our values on the local community. First and foremost, we have to have community consent. And in addition to this, reciprocity and benefit. Indigenous people should also benefit, for example, from our research. And at the same time, we have to emphasize pluralism. There is no just one single science, one single knowledge. There are different ways of knowing reality. Ontological basis, Ubuntu, as some of our colleagues earlier stated, Ubuntu is a Southern African concept. It's common particularly in many Southern African countries. For Ubuntu, I am what I am because of who we all are. And again, as stated here, a person is a person through other persons. And knowledge creation is fundamentally relational, social, and correlative. And therefore, this rejected particularly Western dualism, particularly René Descartes' dualism, So Ubuntu dissolves individualism by emphasizing the deep interconnectedness among human beings, ecological views, and so on. So there are also epistemological and ethical pillars. Just as a student of philosophy, you might say that epistemology is the study of knowledge. In relation to indigenous knowledge, we have relational epistemology. Knowledge is generated and verified through practice, collective memory, and consensus rather than isolated abstraction. And we have also humanistic ethics, communalistic ethics, which emphasizes communal values over individual values. And so we have integrated worldview. In African worldview, reality is a holistic community of humans, animals, plants, and Mother Earth. In African worldview, all things are interconnected and interdependent. So that's very, very important. That explains the difference between African worldview and Western worldview. So let me give you some examples from indigenous science in action. I'm going to give you empirical case studies from two ethnic groups in Ethiopia, the Oromo of Ethiopia and the Afar of Ethiopia in northern part of Ethiopia. Particularly talk about their astronomy and environmental ethics. So there is a movement called biomimicry, that is learning from nature, considering nature as our teachers, as our guides. That is not unique to Africans, but even in the past, scientists learned from nature. One example is power flight came from birds. Scientists created planes after observing the movement of birds. Air conditioning systems was also based on termite mounds. Indigenous African peasant farmers and pastoralists also learned a lot from termites. I will give you some examples. So this is Ethiopia. So the Afar belongs to partly to Ethiopia and at the same time Djibouti and at the same time Eritrea. I'm going to give you some examples from this. So the green one is Oromia. So Oromo astronomy and forecasting. There is one observatory which is called Namoratunga. Those of you who came from Kenya are familiar with this. It means stone people. So in 1978, two archaeologists from Michigan State University came to Kenya, and you might say that found out this. Some people say that discovered this because it has already been there. 300 before Christ, there were about 19 basalt stones, which are considered as observation points. Each of these stones, therefore, direct to different stars. There are 7 well-known stars, in particularly Borana Oromo. So Borana Oromo use these stars to predict about the future and to talk about what will come in the future and to prepare themselves to deal with these issues. Oromo bioindicators and divination. The Oromo peasant farmers and pastoralists also used biotic and non-biotic indicators to predict about the future and at the same time to prepare themselves so that they deal with these issues. So among others, for example, they will look at the science, botanical science, and at the same time the reaction of animals to climate change, weather change. And at the same time, they also read, there are specialists who read intestines. That's very interesting. So by reading these intestines, therefore, they will tell you what will happen in the future. Afar climate knowledge system. The Afar people are pastoralists. Usually they move from one place to another place on the basis of, therefore, weather and climate change. Therefore, as I said, these herders rely on multi-indicators forecasting models, combining animal behavior, wind patterns, and astronomical observation to guide seasonal migration and water security. So they look at the reaction of, among others, for example, camels. Camels are considered as perfect nature because they teach them about resilience, about sustaining, therefore, various issues on the basis of the reaction of these camels. Therefore, they look at how camels react to different change, and therefore they prepare themselves to deal with these issues. So what they do is the Afar people usually send strong young men to different parts of Afar. So these strong young men study what is going on in different parts of Afar. So they do what Afar people call dagu. So they ask each individual about the current situation. And therefore they gather information and then they go back to their elders and therefore they give the report. And again, elders consider this report and at the same time they also gather information from climate scientists. And finally, they combine this knowledge and therefore they make reliable decision whether the people should move from this place to another place or they should stay here on the basis of this information. So what is important is integrating climate sciences using hybrid climate frameworks. On the one hand, they use indigenous knowledge, indigenous climate science, and at the same time, modern climate science. When they combine these, they will turn out to be effective. So we can look at, this. For example, scientific satellite only, 60%, 62%, and traditional indigenous knowledge, 71%. When they combine it, it will be about 92%. So hybrid forecasting case studies. Ethiopian climate scientists use this knowledge. So that is one example. And again, in Tanzania, they also use what they call consensus forecast, merging traditional and scientific methods. So these two methods turned out to be successful in both regions. Decolonizing research, frameworks, methodologies, intellectual property, and policy pathways for re-entering indigenous knowledge. Evolution of indigenous knowledge. First, we start with oral traditions. And again, we have to use participatory research, co-designing studies using indigenous research methodologies. And again, we should also benefit from modern technology, digital archive. And at the same time, finally, we used pluriversal science, which involves different fields of studies, intellectual property and policy. We should also consider the intellectual property of peasant farmers. But the so-called Western tradition doesn't consider, therefore, the intellectual property of peasant farmers, because they said indigenous knowledge belongs to the whole community, therefore we cannot find individual authors. That is not true. So what are limitations of indigenous knowledge? Most of our colleagues who presented here seem to indicate that indigenous knowledge is a panacea for all ills. So it can help us to address all the problems. No, that is not the case. It has also its own limitations. Local groundedness. Indigenous techniques are context specific. Sometimes you may not use this knowledge to address problems in other parts of the world. That is one of the limitations of indigenous knowledge. And the second one is global capitalism scale. Indigenous knowledge sometimes cannot help us to address global problems. For example, the problem of global warming, climate change, the relationship between the so-called global south and global north. So in some sense, therefore, it is restricted. Knowledge transmission barriers. I think one of the questioners this morning asked about traditional medicine. Usually, herbalists are not willing to reveal their knowledge to other people, even to their own kids, because it is a source of insurance. They want to use these to survive. And because of this, therefore, they don't transmit this knowledge to all people, even to their own kids. Sometimes they choose one of their children and transfer this knowledge to them. Knowledge transmission barriers, that is one of the limitations. Need to complementarity. Indigenous knowledge should not be romanticized. and therefore it achieves maximum efficacy when combined with modern scientific tools. So we have to ask ourselves, when, for example, COVID-19 killed a number of people, when HIV/AIDS has been killing our people, I think about 70% of HIV victims are Africans. Africans were not able to address this problem. We have to ask ourselves, what is the reason? So my question is, why has no African indigenous knowledge system produced a scalable, globally transferable knowledge to address, for example, HIV/AIDS, malaria, the Ebola virus? The Congo, the former Zaire, is one of the richest countries in the world. But our people in the Congo are dying from Ebola virus disease. We were not able to address this problem. Why? We have to ask ourselves. As a young scholar, you have to ask yourself this question and try to address this problem. Challenge to indigenous knowledge. There are various challenges to indigenous knowledge. The introduction of new religions, for example, Christianity, Islam. I consider these as new religions that came to Africa, that demonized African religion, that considered African religious values as primitive and useless. That is one of the challenges of indigenous knowledge. And again, government's linguistic acculturation and assimilation policies. In some countries, for example, in Africa, the leaders of one ethnic group try to dominate others. That is one of the reasons. Historical foundations and colonial suppression, particularly in these parts of the world. It started in the 16th century, 17th century, and so on. But in other parts of the African continent, from 19th to 20th century, and cognitive imperialism and epistemic side, and again, linguistic subjugation. Our language were demonized, considered as useless. Even some of my colleagues in Nigeria said that usually people don't teach their local languages. They wanted them to study English so that they'll be successful in the future. That is dangerous. Post-independence institutionalization. And our leaders also promoted the same policy. And again, modern external pressures and exploitation, markets and development forces. And again, usually we are losing indigenous trees, sacred trees, because of climate change. And therefore, it is very difficult for indigenous people, for example, to study the reaction of trees to climate change and predict about the future. And let me conclude, Mr. Chairman. First, epistemic decolonization and pluriversal science. Epistemic sovereignty, essential for academic independence, contextual research, and dismantling scientific hierarchies. And we should also recognize pluralism. There is no just one single knowledge. We have to recognize different ways of knowing. And we also need synergy, hybrid integration of different forms of knowledge. And again, we need strategic networks and knowledge sharing, particularly global South solidarity. We have to cooperate with the so-called global South. That is a misnomer. China is considered as global South. Australia is considered as global North. They are really wrong words, but we should try to therefore cooperate with other so-called developing nations. And again, institutional action and sustainability. We need curriculum reform, and we need to standardize African indigenous knowledge systems, integration within educational structures aligned with African Union. We should also secure dedicated funding. We also need support. The late Ali Mazrui, a Kenyan political scientist, said, Africa needs compensation. Africa supports it, particularly the West, regarding its human resources. At the same time, still now, Western countries are taking our resources. Because of this, therefore, Africa needs compensation to address some of her problems. Call to action. What can the next generation of African scholars do? I just would like to remind you this. I don't mean that you don't know this, but I would like to remind you. First, you have to critically study oral and written sources of indigenous knowledge. So, Dr. Nagonu, yesterday you said that literacy is not absent in Africa. Particularly if you go to Ethiopia, we have literacy for thousands of years. I also read that in Cameroon, they have also this. And yesterday, he also mentioned this. So we have to critically study, I said critically study both written and at the same time oral traditions. We shouldn't just unconditionally love indigenous knowledge and try to emphasize the role of indigenous knowledge. What is required is critical appropriation of knowledge. So there are some proverbs in Africa and at the same time in Ethiopia. So one African proverb said, when an old man dies, a library burns to the ground. Therefore, we should try to therefore gather information from these elders. Again, one Amharic proverb. Amharic is one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa, which has unwritten tradition for thousands of years. One proverb said in Amharic, "በቃል ያለ ይረሳል፣ በመጽሐፍ ያለ ይወረሳል." That means what is kept in mind will be forgotten, but what is in a book will be inherited. Therefore, we have to benefit from both written and at the same time oral traditions. And this is based on my own research. My PhD is based on indigenous knowledge and at the same time modern knowledge. The thesis of my PhD was modern and at the same time indigenous environmentalistics. And our chairperson has also mentioned that I'm also leading a research project from 2025 to 2028 on environmental ethics and values in Ethiopia. So you can access this. If you go to the website, you can find this and see the details. So I just would like to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to engage indigenous knowledge holders as partners, not as dependents, as inferior subjects. And you have to seek out knowledge holders, either indigenous sources, and cite indigenous sources, and advocate for indigenous knowledge within your field. And institutionalize co-authorship and intellectual property rights. We have to formalize research partnerships with indigenous knowledge holders by ensuring they are co-authors with protected intellectual property rights and equitable access to benefits. And again, I would like to encourage you to study African ethical frameworks. One of our colleagues yesterday said that no, those who were trained, who were experts, are involved in corruption. No, we have very useful ethical principles that can help us to combat corruption and other unethical behaviors. Therefore, we have to try to study African ethical values. Finally, we have to advocate for policy and curriculum reform. We have to persuade policymakers and academic institutions to fund indigenous knowledge-based research, protect local intellectual property rights, and integrate indigenous knowledge systems into educational curriculum. CODERSA should have invited policymakers to attend this meeting so that they can benefit from this. And thank you very much for your attention.
We're running a little bit of time here. And so what I want to do is I'll save my own comments for the end and maybe open the floor to give the opportunity to fellows to ask questions. So we'll take 5 questions in the front, 5 in the middle, and 5 in the back. So the front, you, number 1, 1, 2, and 3. We have Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Lerato Mutabi from South Africa. Gogo, firstly, I'd like to say your presentation is very validating and important. It is also refreshing coming into such spaces and encountering so many healers, let alone healers that have positions such as that which you hold. I say this as a young healer myself from South Africa that is navigating, finding place and understanding within my profession, which is architecture, through the lens of spirituality, having been told time and time again, there's no validity in the work that I'm doing, there's no validity in my study, and having been pushed out further and further into the margins as I seek place and as I pursue my studies further. So in saying that, I want to say, Nyabonga, thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for your contribution, and thank you for how you spoke for us today. I'm not only speaking for myself, kodwa ngikhulumela idlozi lonke. Ngiyabonga umsebenzi wakho ubalulekile, your work is very important. And today you lit a new fire under my feet, you know, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for that. As an exhausted person that is trying to navigate academia through this lens. So ngiyabonga kakhulu. And I also have a question for you. I want to ask you, based on what I've said, how did you manage to find place? And when I say place, I'm not talking about acceptability, likability. I'm talking about place in the sense of support, being able to garner financial support, financial backing for your study, and recognition and some level of respect in your study. Thokoza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation, the last speaker. So my question is, you talked about the limitation of the indigenous knowledge. So is the apparent inability of certain indigenous knowledge to respond to pathologies such as Ebola, HIV, due to the lack of collaboration with modern science, or to an epistemological break caused by colonization? Thank you.
Three.
Can you hear me? All right. Yes. Hello. Thank you so much. I found the presentations very insightful. My question is regarding the question of authenticity as it regards or as it connects with indigenous knowledge systems. Mr. Zubairu Y spoke about how, you know, often the question of authenticity and what I would call primordial purity, you know, emerges as a non-negotiable aspect of indigenous knowledge. However, that's erroneous because civilizations have always borrowed from each other and are dynamic. But I have a suspicion, which is that this might also be a Western sentiment, because they are the ones who borrow too much. They are the ones who lean on other systems or structures, and hardly anything is really theirs if you're looking at originality. So are we borrowing that sentiment from them in also defending indigenous systems as very indigenous, or is this standard? Yes, thank you.
Good. We can take two more. 1 and 2.
OK, merci. Ma question s'adresse à la deuxième panéliste. Et l'inquiétude que nous avons, que les détenteurs de savoir autochtones ont aujourd'hui, c'est que la divulgation de ces savoirs ne leur soit bénéfique après. Et ma question est de savoir comment éviter que les savoirs endogènes soient simplement exploités comme source de données
sans bénéfice pour les communautés qui les détiennent. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Absolo du Cameroun. Ma question est simple. Est-ce que tout savoir a la prétention d'être universel? Est-ce que le savoir n'est pas quelque part lié à un contexte ou à une société? Merci.
Okay. Now we give the floor to the panelists to reflect on these questions. Mr. You want to start?
Thank you very much, my sister. I hear you loud and clear. The book that I just completed using the concept of the colonial library, that's actually the argument that I am making. And actually, if I had more time to go into the presentation, I was going to come to the idea that sometimes the things that appear even as indigenous, colonial anthropology perverted African cultures. Let's not forget that. And so some of the things that we hold as indigenous are actually the things, the ventriloquism of colonial modernity. But the colonial library also sometimes forces us to reproduce in our own speech the very thing that we are trying to critique. So if you remember yesterday, my question to Professor Ngom was precisely that. Are we not imposing categories that have already been given to us? So I hear you, but the point that I am trying to make, I'm not seeking for purity. I'm speaking to you in English. We are speaking French. I'm wearing a blazer. We wear bubu in my culture, in Mande cultures. But even that, there is a particular linkage to the way in which Islam and the relation between all of these cultures have produced something else. So the point that what I'm trying to caution against, especially in this moment when we talk about decoloniality, decolonize this, decolonize that, people are not doing the work that they are supposed to do. They just throw in slogans. Oh, let's do this. Epistemological vigilance, epistemological sovereignty. But the thing is, how do you take those indigenous systems and actually convert them into the modern systems, the modern disciplines? So my own caution is now, even if you say we are using Western categories, I wouldn't disagree with you. All I am saying is that we have to be very critical. So, and I'll end on this. Valentin Mudimbi had this idea of reprendre. My French is not very good, so forgive me. But basically it means to resume, to take back, to reapprehend. And what he means by that is not just to go to local cultures, they exist. But if you are taking from local cultures, it has to be from the perspective of the condition of today. And secondly, what exactly are the methodological possibilities, the conditions under which those indigenous systems are taken. So the point here is not to say I am high and mighty. I'm saying all of us are actually dealing with contaminated essences. And the moment we accept that, and then we take what is in local cultures, bearing in mind, like some of the limitations that Professor Kelbasi was referring to, for instance, bearing in mind that those exist, then we are better, but not to just go to say indigenous systems become the panacea for everything. When in actual fact, some of the very things that we hold as indigenous might be the ventriloquism of colonial modernity. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
I said ladies are first, so thank you very much for your excellent questions. The first question regarding limitations of indigenous knowledge. Yes, as you said, in particular, the so-called educated Africans, for example, physicians, usually do not support traditional indigenous herbalists because they don't want them to be known and to use the knowledge. One of my colleagues told me that I think in the past, one traditional herbalist discovers some kind of medicine for HIV patients. Our colleague also said that somebody was able to heal HIV/AIDS. But when this guy tried to apply, tried to join the government was not willing to accept his claim and to support his claim. Yes, that is one of the reasons, because even modern scientists, including African scientists, do not sufficiently support indigenous healers. That is one of the reasons. The second one is global structures, particularly are responsible for this. The late Ali Mazrui, again, I just would like to refer to him. He said that Africa consumed what it has not produced. Africa has produced what it has not consumed, and it cannot consume. Therefore, many African nations were forced to be dependent on, therefore, Western values. And therefore, Africans were encouraged to denigrate their values and adopt the so-called Western values. As a matter of fact, therefore, even Western powers, including transnational corporations, do not support Africans to be independent and at the same time to promote their own knowledge, science, and so on and so forth. So because of this, again, that has also led to, therefore, particularly negatively affected the emergence of indigenous technologies, indigenous science, and so on. As I said earlier, we can talk about indigenous science. Like the so-called modern scientists, African peasant farmers and pastoralists use scientific methods, including experimentation, observation, trial and error, and so on. So because of this, therefore, modern scientists and at the same time, indigenous scientists share many things in common. But the problem is African peasant farmers do not have, for example, modern machines, such as telescope, microscope, and so on and so forth. So we can talk about, therefore, the differences between the two groups. So to help solve this problem, therefore, African scientists, philosophers, and so on, therefore, should try to revisit their current position and at the same time support indigenous peasant farmers to develop their knowledge and at the same time, in addition to this, to benefit from their own knowledge, which was indicated by one of the questioners earlier on. As a matter of fact, therefore, we will help indigenous people to benefit from their own knowledge. As we have said, you just go to the field and therefore gather your knowledge, and then after that, you consider this as your own independent individual knowledge. You should also involve peasant farmers and pastoralists to be beneficiaries of this knowledge. Otherwise, we will continue, therefore, the injustice, particularly epistemic injustice committed by other scholars. And again, as you said, particularly the last questioner, knowledge is specific to a community. Yes, some people say that science is value-free. That is not true. Science is influenced by the values of the scientist himself. Therefore, there is no universal knowledge. There is no universal science. So to some extent, therefore, it is restricted to it is social and at the same time environmental conditions. That is why I've said that it is important to learn from different ways of knowing reality. Therefore, African peasant farmers can benefit from modern science. Modern scientists, modern environmental philosophers can also learn from indigenous peasant farmers, pastoralists, and so on. Particularly what I've already indicated, the biomimicry movement. Learning from nature is very important. As one of our colleagues in the morning stated, most of Africans relied on indigenous knowledge to treat various diseases. about 80%. So modern scientists learned from this and introduced various medicines, including aspirin, based on indigenous knowledge. Therefore, different traditions can learn from each other without trying to dominate the other part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To continue along the same vein with respect to a lack of answers for ailments, as I indicated, there is work that we are doing with communities, and we do know that the possibilities are there. We know also because we are aware that in the past, Africans had their own way of dealing with different kinds of ailments. In Mombasa, for example, people tell you about how there were lots of Europeans who, when they arrived, were dying because of malaria. Locals were not dying. They had their own herbs that they were using. They knew how to manage these diseases. Unfortunately, because of lack of support, because of stigma and perversion, we set aside our own knowledge. I know of a community in the northeast of Botswana, for example, that apparently would make sure that when babies were still small, they would knock out the bottom two teeth in order that whenever they would get a locked jaw, they would be able to pour medication down through that hole. All those practices were deemed barbaric, and those were set aside. This is what we talk about when we say the future is here, because you will be in a position to rescue all of this lost knowledge, but in doing so, to merge it with that which you have also garnered from the other areas of knowledge. Hence, we talk about complementarity. So there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. There's a lot that can still be achieved. We know too that there has been a lack of funding for this kind of work. Somebody talked about 7%, for example, of all funding, research funding going towards this area of work, this area of research. And yet we also are aware in South Africa alone, the research that has been done suggests that at least 80% of the local population will go to a traditional healer before they go to a Western medical practitioner. Now, of course, there also are some beliefs that it is only a certain group of people that go to traditional healers. Because of stigma, we don't know enough. I can tell you for a fact that when I practice, everybody from all walks of life walks into that heart. There is no difference. People just become human when it comes to ailments. And so there's a lot that we still don't know. We actually don't even know that, in fact, for a fact, there is nothing that can cure the various different diseases that we are told that we haven't found cures for. This is why it becomes important to actually do the research. I want to touch on this very important point about avoiding exploitation of communities. It's very important because it is one of those key barriers, the lack of trust, the understanding that our healers, traditionally, those that practice, because, and this is also something that doesn't get to be talked about a lot, which I also discovered a lot of people were surprised about when we did the planning meeting on traditional healing at AFRIAK. There are different strands of healing. There are different specializations. And so sometimes, yes, one cannot deal with a particular ailment, but there will be another person that does that. Now, there's lack of trust because there's very little understanding, it appears, from those of us that sit in these boardrooms and want to enter into what is usually a very skewed partnership So, and I'm now going towards Lerato's question. Thank you very much for the validation. It helps a great deal. What I've found is that when we engage traditional healers, for instance, when they find out that I'm also a traditional healer, they become a lot more relaxed. And so they get a lot more trusting. It helped when we were dealing with Project Nkabinde. At first, they did not believe that we were actually going to give the IP over to the healer. He was going to get all this money. And he even called to say, are you really going to give us this money? But of course, we're here to support. We're very much aware that there's very little funding that goes towards supporting this work. Just 2 days ago, I was made aware that the Open AI Foundation has $120 billion, say, for research. 50 billion is going to TB vaccines. Yet again, who is writing the script as to what work gets done? The funding needs to be there. So, of course, we are going to do TB vaccine research. So the funding is also an important item. And I know Codesria has been working very hard on making sure that these gaps, these areas that are not funded as well as they ought to, particularly in support of work in Africa, get to be funded. Leonard, I'm very interested in the work that you do, where you put together architecture as well as traditional medicine and spirituality, because those are the elements, for example, for building are very important in healing too. Yesterday, someone gave the example of the needle. In traditional healing, the surgeons can remove that needle. And a lot of the time, well, the surgery that I do, I use cow dung. And so we also know that the cow dung, when you mix it with sand and you can get somebody who's very sick to lie on it, it has healing properties. So that's one of the ways in which you advance and you pull together your research. How have I managed? By simply doing, by simply being. I don't wait for, I don't wait to be given permission. I've had people at work come to me and say, Gogo, thank you for wearing your beads when you come to work. Thank you for wearing your wrappers, because there are some seasons that I just spend wearing these. And they say, we feel permitted. So they come, they wear their beads, they talk about this with pride. I think it is that which we can simply be ourselves if we are going to advance African knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and bring those answers to Africa and Africans that they need, which could possibly also be adopted by the globe. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. We don't have a whole lot of time here, so I'm just going to reflect on key points I have noticed and then wrap up the panel. I want to look at the central issues that overlap among our panelists. And the first one is about, to use Ngugi wa Thiong'o's concept of decolonizing the mind and to expand it to how do we decolonize methodologies. That's really what they're talking about. One first problem I think we have to all face, especially in this generation, is what I call overcoming the linguistic paradox in academia. And the linguistic paradox in academia is so serious that we don't even know how to write our own languages. In many cases, we're told we're Francophone, Anglophone, Lusophone. We don't even know our own languages. We don't even know our own scholars. We need to overcome that linguistic paradox before we can access these knowledge that are contained in these sources. So I think that is something that has to be included in the curriculums, so that when you go through your educational curriculum, you need to learn, if you're a Fong, how to write Fong using the standard Fong spelling, not using French to write Fong, or using French to write Wolof. That opens up important methodological questions, because these languages should be understood as paths and sources to African knowledge. We need to look at languages and cultures as pathways, highways into our knowledge systems. So understanding the languages as pathways, as containers of knowledge, is the first step before we can access the knowledge. So I think that's the first important part. The second part is also to understand that disciplinary boundaries that have been created by the West may not always match with our sources of knowledge. And that came very clear here, that knowledge is complementary. So, for example, you might have a great grounding in history or linguistics, but African sources of knowledge might force you to cultivate multidisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary approach. For example, one of the texts that I just presented, the text about Adolf Hitler, requires a multidisciplinary approach. The text is poetry, so it requires literature, knowledge of poetry. But to penetrate the text, you need linguistics, because the text is a Mandinka language. Right? You also need anthropology, because the text is grounded in one particular cultural context. Right? So the point is, our sources of knowledge challenge, and they force us actually to go beyond the disciplinary boundaries that we inherited from colonization. So I think that's the second lesson I have learned from this panel. The other one that I think is very important is to emphasize empirical research, data-driven research that is grounded in local languages and local cultures, in local contexts, and to generate theories based on the data we've collected. That way, we're able to overcome the enduring colonial dependencies in the framework. For example, in the communications by Dr. Megwe, she showed an image with beads where women are tying, there's a woman with beads, different colors. We know that there are semiotic forms of communications with beads. And I think it would be very important to cross-pollinate research across different ethnic groups across Africa. From my own region of Senegal, the southern part of Senegal, where the Jola people live, there are rituals in which women communicate with beads for about a month without oral communication. The color of the beads, the way they tie the beads, the limb where they tie the beads are the ways through which they communicate throughout the rite of passage to womanhood. So these are clearly forms of local knowledge that Western frameworks are unable to approach. So therefore, what I suggest is, beyond empirical research, to generate theories based on the data, is also to cultivate cross-pollination of research across African societies. Another point that I think is very, very important that Professor Kelbasa raised is scientific knowledge in Africa, whether it's incompatible or compatible with traditional knowledge. I think that's a very, very important point. The problem we have is that we have never really subjected African sources of knowledge to the rigor of so-called modern science. That doesn't mean we don't have scientific knowledge. We simply never studied them from a rigorous scientific point of view. The case that is so important and that is also related to the astronomical knowledge of the Oromo is the case of the Dogon in Mali. The Dogon community ran away from Islamization and Christianization, and they went to the mountains and hide there. But they have a fundamental understanding of a star called Sirius B, a star beyond our solar system. And they organize their rites of passage, their seasons, around the movement of that star that cannot be seen with a naked eye. It took NASA in the 1980s to invent a telescope that could see that star to confirm that these doggone had knowledge that we did not have. And then they asked, how could primitive people like the doggone, how could these primitive people have such accurate scientific and fundamental astronomical knowledge? So I think we do have evidence of scientific, and thank you very much for bringing that. What we need to do is to subject these sources of knowledge to scientific methodologies. And maybe that will help us, and I'm going to tease here my colleague, Professor Jacques, maybe this will allow us to understand witchcraft and mysticism. Maybe there are, we don't know, maybe there are principles that we do not know. And I would finalize the last point here is also to understand the transmission of knowledge and the educational model in the West is different from many of our societies. I would prefer to talk about, for our societies, apprenticeship more than book-based learning. In most of Africa, knowledge is transmitted through apprenticeship. You live with the person. You learn through experience. And they have to vet, often they have to vet, not only the knowledge, but your morality. They have to check whether you can be given the knowledge, because they understand that knowledge has a binary potential. You can use it for good, you can also use it for bad. So we have to understand that the framework of knowledge transmission in our communities are not based on book-based learning. They're based on a completely different principle, which is the principle of apprenticeship. And it's often age-based. It's often the elders transmit that knowledge. And for them to be able to do that, they have to trust you. So I think these are, again, areas of cross-fertilization across Africa that we could imagine. And finally, after we're able to engage our sources through our languages and cultures, we need to engage technology. We need to engage technology. We need to engage AI. Your generation, I don't have WhatsApp, I don't have Instagram, I don't have any of those, but I know if I was your age, I would probably have all of them. You need to engage technology to show African presence in major sources of communication. AI is an important new development, a market. You should be leaders, otherwise you will be consumers. The West is investing a lot of resources in AI for African languages and indigenous knowledge. I was in a conference last year in Germany, and the theme was AI and African knowledge systems. So what it means, these are areas of new market openings where knowledge of African languages, knowledge of African cultures, knowledge of transcriptions, knowledge of building software, knowledge of creating fonts for Fong, Wolof, Yoruba, are all new market economies in which I think you should be leaders. So these are my few points for this wonderful conversation. And please join me in thanking these wonderful panelists. I know lunch is here, so thank you very much.
Thank you again to the panel. Please, you may join your place. So just one announcement. two, let's say two announcements, one announcement and something else. So one announcement, the launch will happen on the first floor. So everyone this time will eat on this floor. Okay, so there will be no lunch on the ground floor. Everyone will eat on this first floor. Second thing, can I ask the fellow Sanusi to come up here for something? Yes, please. Yeah, you don't. So I've been told it's someone's birthday today. So we would like to sing a happy birthday, but since I don't have a good voice, that's why I called someone who can sing it with us. Thank you. You have the mic.
Hello, everyone. So it is our dear friend Fadunsi's birthday today. Do you mind starting off, Fadunsi? I'm sorry, we are going to be singing for her. Unfortunately, my voice is horrible as well, so you have to forgive me. Thank you very much. So can everyone just please like sing happy birthday? 1, 2, ready, go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, she's crying.
Yes. Thank you all very much. If you see her outside, please wish her a happy birthday. A longer weekend.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة يا جميل
Joyeux anniversaire.
حلوة. Thank you, Kodesria. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. We love you too.
Okay, thank you very much. Happy birthday again. What time is it? I think it's 1:25. So let's meet here at 2:25, okay? Let's meet here at 2:25. As I said, lunch is on this floor, everyone. And please don't forget your headset when you leave the room. Thank you. Don't forget to leave the headset in the room. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. We'll start in 1 or 2 minutes. Take a seat. Everyone settle down. Thank you. So we are going to start our second panel of the day. This panel about mentoring young African researchers. And the panel is chaired by Professor Zubaru Wai, and then we have our great colleagues, Dr. Mongola and Professor Sasanti in the panel. So I will leave it to Professor Wai to lead the panel. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, can we just stand up and stretch? I know people just ate before we start. Can we? Please do. It's okay. Don't be shy. Like, just stand up and stretch a bit. Thank you. Okay. My sister. Hi. Thank you. I said stand. I didn't say stretch your arms sitting. Okay. Thank you, guys. You could sit down. Thank you very much. Okay. And you can applaud yourself as you sit. Everything okay? Not yet? Oh. Yeah, that was a little unfortunate and really difficult to watch, but hopefully she'll be fine. She's in good hands. It puts a little bit of damp on the proceedings, but we'll have to go on. I have been instructed to continue, so let's start. So this session is titled Mentoring African Researchers and Intellectual Dialogue with AFRIAK Fellows. And there are two panelists, both of whom, of course, are really stellar in what they do. So in October last year, I organized a colloquium on Africa. The theme was Africa and the decolonial tone. And basically what we were trying to do was to think of African decolonizationist traditions from the 60s and the way now everybody talks about decoloniality as if Africa does not have its own historical pantheon and repertoire of decolonizationist thought. So one of the people that we got was Mshai Mwangola. And I tell you, there is no better person to be on this panel when it comes to mentoring than her. In fact, I reminded her when I saw her, I'm like, look, your presentation at that colloquium continues to be the most refreshing thing that I have had in a long while in these meetings. So without much ado, I will introduce Dr. Mshai Mwangola, who is an oratorist and performance artist and scholar, and uses the lens of culture in her work as an academic, artistic, and activist tool. She holds a doctorate in performance studies from Northwestern University, a master's of creative arts from the University of Melbourne, Australia, and a Bachelor of Education from Kenyatta University. I thought you were Nairobi University. Okay, you are Kenyatta. Okay. Her intellectual work is characterized by her practice of performance, and in particular, indigenous and contemporary traditions of storytelling for the purposes of research, pedagogy, and advocacy. She is affiliated to the African Leadership Center, Nairobi, as an adjunct faculty, and to the intellectual platform of the Elephants and Orature Collectives as a founding member. Dr. Mwangola is Vice President of the Transitional Council of the Society of International Development and Chair of the Board of Trustees of Uriah Trust. She sits on the advisory board of the Macondo Literary Festival and on the board of management of PJ Mwangola Secondary School. And she is also a member of the Codesria Executive Committee. Can we give Dr. Mwangola a big hand? Thank you. And the other person, I will just introduce both and I will call you. The other person that is on this panel, I mean, you already encountered him yesterday, the very dictatorial chair, but actually today I appreciated the fact that his methods were the right way of doing things. I will not be following him because I don't think I have the guts to do it. But the last panel went over time and we didn't get to some of the things we wanted to talk about precisely because we didn't have a farmhand. So I'll try to follow his footsteps, but Simpiwe Sisanti is the person I'm talking about. You have encountered him. I also met him in 2004, November, and it was very fantastic. We invited him to the colloquium, but he said he was busy, so he didn't come. But that tells you, I met him once. The next thing we wanted to recruit him to come speak in Toronto at at the colloquium. He's a professor at the University of Western Cape in the Faculty of Education. He is a former editor of the journal, International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He holds 2 PhDs, one in journalism from Stellenbosch University and another in philosophy from Wits in Johannesburg. He has taught at Stellenbosch University's journalism department, at the Nelson Mandela University's Department of Journalism, Media, and Philosophy, and at the University of South Africa, UNISTA's Institute of African Renaissance Studies. He has published extensively in accredited journals on a variety of issues, including education, African philosophy, Ubuntu, gender, journalism, politics and spirituality, etc. In 2008, he was awarded an NRF rating C2, and then upon re-rating, Professor Sisanti was awarded a C1. Now, I don't know what C2 and C1 is. You have to explain that. But the point that I'm making is that we have 2 scholar activists whose work really goes to some of the things that we're doing, and they will be talking about mentorship. And if there's anybody that should talk to you about mentorship, these people will, and one is a philosopher, one is a literarist. And so expect fireworks. We'll start with Dr. Mwangola, and then we'll go to, now, I think I'll give you both 20 minutes, if that's okay. And so that will allow us to have more time to have discussions. Okay, Dr. Mwangola.
Hadithi, hadithi. Hadithi, hadithi. Hadithi, hadithi. Uongo njo, ukweli njo, kolea, kolea. Story, story, story come. Story, story. Story, story. Facts as foundation, season creatively, mix and marinate. Let me begin with a confession, in the hope, no doubt quite vain, that it will free my mind from the burden of betrayal. This is not work that I chose. I ran from it in the silent panic of a frightened spirit. But the work I sought to escape found me, found and possessed me. In the anguish of youth, I fled before the possibility of this work, knowing I was fated to live in a universe of deadened spirits. I feared the life ordained for awakened souls. But hidden in the secrecy of forgotten ages, the work of opener of closed eyes and clearers of overgrown paths lay in wait for me. These are the words with which Aikwe Ama begins his epistemic novel, Kempt, in the House of Life. My brief today was to share our personal experiences as researchers while offering practical advice on navigating the intellectual, ethical, and professional dimensions of an artistic career. Allow me to thank Codesria for allowing me to speak to this, but most importantly, to thank you, because in the last couple of days, I've been listening to you, listening to the things you've been saying, and wondering what threads to pick out of this journey. So thank you very much. And as was said, I think it was Gordon who said earlier, anything that sounds confused, I'll take responsibility. Anything that sounds brilliant, I'm just echoing the things you've been saying. So when I heard the word academic, let me just put a caveat. I know that many of us have different associations with that word. I am going to use it as a synonym for intellectual, which for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to define very simply, following Ngugi wa Thiong'o, as a worker in ideas.
I am conscious that not everyone in this room identifies as a scholar. Many of you, even the word academic, you would stay away from. And so I want to talk about research as an activity that intellectuals, regardless of the intellectual spaces and intellectual communities they work with, research is something that all of us do. So I'm certainly looking forward to a conversation with everybody in this room, and I hope that what I say will catalyze that conversation. But I have to say I am especially invested in hearing from those of you who, like me, live or yearn for liminal spaces of intellectual labor, and who perhaps have been second-guessing yourselves, as I was at the time of my life I'll be talking about. Those of you who are wondering, as the days go on since you arrived in Cotonou, especially perhaps as you listened to Dr. Lawani's presentation yesterday, if you belong in this fellowship, because you're thinking that perhaps this is too scholarly, too academic, too different from what you really want to be doing. So in the time that I have, I will begin by contextualizing the journey. Then I will speak very briefly to 3 spaces that set me on a path of identifying consciously as an intellectual, a person today who deliberately views herself as a worker in ideas. The term I like to identify myself now is oratorist, even though my disciplinary area, formally in the academy, is performance studies. And I define an oratorist as someone who strategically transcends boundaries in the making of meaning. I consider myself to primarily work on the crossroads of academia, artistry, and advocacy. And so the stories I'm going to tell you are about a decade of my life where I started to find my intellectual home in each of these 3 areas. And by the way, I'm going to try and stay confined with my notes. Let me warn you that when I say I'm a storyteller by orientation and profession, one of my struggles, as my fellow storytellers in the room know, is not to take full advantage of a captive audience when you see them before you. So on a serious note, story is the focus of my intellectual work. I am very invested in letting stories do their work, in letting stories do the work of theory, in letting stories make the argument without having to elaborate on them as we are in the habit of doing in the academy. However, since Mwalimu Ayemi asked very nicely, I will end by broadly sketching out some outlines of the areas in which you might want to come back in terms of the questions and conversations you want to have. Is that okay with you? Okay, guys, I come from, my tradition as a storyteller is active. And so in the active storytelling tradition, if people are not responding to you or they look bored, they're falling asleep, you just ask that person to come and continue the story. So I need to hear you, I need to feel you. Are we together? Thank you very much. So let me start by locating myself. I am especially going to be talking about a decade of my life. We were just joking about it with my chair, beginning in 1990, all the way to the year 2000. This was a decade that defined my life and set me off on a career path I have traveled since then. At the beginning of that decade, I was just completing my first degree. I imagined that I was about to embark on a career as a teacher, which was my passion. By the end of it, I was beginning my doctorate studies in performance scholar and as a performance scholar and very much thinking about a career in academia. In the first version of this conversation, I elaborated at length on the range of other identities I wanted to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about them because I think we've been talking about them for the last 3 days. Let me just say that this was also the decade that began to make me aware of the reality that even though I come in as a scholar, I have political, cultural, social, economic, spiritual identities that affect the way I do my work. I can talk at length, and you'll hear a little bit of this coming through the stories I tell, of how in this decade, my own understanding of my class, my gender, my generation, my family, my faith identities shifted, and how these identities both opened doors and shut others to particular opportunities. I can talk about how it mattered that during this period of my life, I was an unmarried African woman of a certain age who was once told by an academic, until that point I valued very much, that I should stop working on my dissertation and get a husband because nobody was going to marry a woman with a PhD. I could go on and talk about spaces where people said to me that the fact that I was childless meant that no matter how well I did as an academic, I was valueless as a human being. I could talk about what it was like to lose my father, whom I was very close to, in the middle of this decade, and how for many years I wondered if the cost of being away from my family was worth it. Why am I telling you all of this at the beginning? My disciplinary orientation as a performance scholar is to be self-reflexive and to understand that all the things I have said to you have shaped and continue to shape who I am as a person and as an intellectual. That when we talk of mentoring, we are not just speaking about mentoring you as somebody who has a mind, but about a human being whom we value. Sometimes these identities are things you are conscious of. Certainly I was. Sometimes they were not. So the first thing I would ask of you in this conversation is to think of your personal journey as I proceed and how what you do is reflected or not in the work that you are doing now or aspire to do. Not only how that work might go on and impact the communities you will work with or the world in general, how it might result in that PhD or master's or whatever it is you want, but importantly, how it is or might continue impacting you as a human being. And really here I'm picking up from where my sister Pinky Megwe stopped. You remember she spoke about the work of retrieving, relearning, and repositioning. You remember that, don't you? Yes? I've lost you already. Okay. So I say this, knowing that many of you are anchored in disciplines and academies that encourage you to think of knowledge and the work that you do as objective. We just spoke about that before the break, and completely separate from what you do. You are trained to think of yourselves primarily as a mind whose body exists to transport, fuel, and serve. To ignore your emotions as an equally critical part of your soul. To dismiss that part of you, which I call your spirit. So I think the first set of lessons I want you to explore is what it means to understand yourself in the fullness of your humanity, a person with the privilege to do the intellectual labor that this world needs, and how the work you do as a researcher is part of your own growth as a human being, a person that we might describe in Kiswahili as mtu wa utu. A person, I can't even describe, utu is like Ubuntu, I can't describe it. I don't have a word for it in English. So let me talk about three spaces. In 1991, I graduated in 1990 from Kenyatta University and decided I was working as a teacher. In those days, being an artist was not a profession. So my passion was to teach by day and to go to stage as a theater artist by night. In 1991, I was invited to join a cohort. It was the second cohort, like yours, of the Africa Center for Training Performing Artists at Castle Arts Bulawayo. This was a center donated by the government of Zimbabwe, set up by the Union of African Performing Artists during the United Nations World Decade for Cultural Development. It brought a cohort of young artists from across the continent, specializing in different art forms, for a 3-month intensive training course under 3 master artists, at the end of which we developed and produced a stage production that we toured. We had 3 master artists who are our mentors: Le Maître from DRC, Professor Mwambai Kalengai, a performance artist and theater director who was invested in using performance vocabulary drawn from African epistemological traditions; the master choreographer, Francis Niate, the lead choreographer then of the Ghana Dance Ensemble working at the Ghana National Theatre, and the master theatre director, Debebe Eshetu, one of the leading luminaries and considered one of the founding figures of the modern Ethiopian National Theatre. Castle Arts was where I put my two passions, that of teaching and that of being an artist, together. And it was where I learned to see art as a way of doing intellectual work, not something I did because I was talented or skilled as an actor or director, but because it was my way of getting to know the world better. The second space was in the 1998 Codesria Humanities Institute, which occurred when I was doing my master's in Australia. I was doing my master's, it was an archival research project on theater in Kenya. The idea was to go do my master's, reflect on what theater in Kenya meant, go back to Kenya and now become like the baby, the luminary that was founding Kenyan contemporary theater. One of the greatest virtues in retrospect of my supervisor, Dr. Peter Eckersel, who was a specialist in kabuki and other forms of Japanese theater, is that he understood his limitations. So when a friend, actually from the sciences, shared with me an advert for the Codesria's African Humanities Institute, he practically pushed me out of the door, encouraged me to apply, because he was convinced that though the theme of the institute appeared far removed from my research, it would be useful for me to interact with African scholars immersed in studying in African academic spaces themes that were anchored in African ways of engaging the world. I think we were both surprised that my application was successful. And consequently, I left Australia to spend 3 months as one of only 2 women, yay for 70% women on a fellowship. On an incredible fellowship, we were only 2 students, master students, everybody else had their doctorate or more, in an incredible fellowship under the theme Remembering the Dismembered Continent, based first at the University of Ghana at Legon in Accra, under the direction of Professor Kofi Anidoho, who will be doing our ending keynote. From there, we traveled through many parts of Ghana, not just to Kumasi, where many visitors, especially from outside Ghana, go, but also north to Bolgatanga near Burkina Faso, back down to the Cape Coast area, visiting slave forts and other significant sites associated with slavery, and later across to Togo and here to Benin, where we visited some significant historical sites such as Ouida and the mind-blowing lake village, Gamvier, which is, I think I'm told, just about 30 kilometers from here. Later on, we went to Northwestern University in the USA, where under the directorship of Professor Sandra Richards, we undertook other trips following the history of the Underground Railway. Those 3 months blew my mind. You guys are lucky you get 7 months, aren't you? And then the third thing I'm drawing from are 3 universities I encountered during this decade. Beginning the decade, as you heard, completing my Bachelor of Education with minors in French and Literature from Kenyatta University in Nairobi, Kenya. Mid-decade, I was in Melbourne, where I undertook a Master's of Creative Arts from the Victoria College of the Arts and the University of Melbourne in Australia, and ending the decade, beginning my doctorate studies in performance studies from Northwestern Universities. These were not just 3 universities in 3 countries, but I realized in retrospect, I was privileged to experience 3 very different university systems that awakened in me the political and cultural realities of global academia. For example, when I was at KU, I was in a critical era where the African University was invested in decolonizing discourses that engage the dreams, visions, and realities of emerging African nations, and shaping the realities of African higher education just before the impact of the structural adjustment period. I also experienced 2 very realities as an African graduate student in diaspora in Australia versus the US. And I'm going to ask us to unpack the spaces we are. We can do that together. And in the minutes that I have left, let me go to the lessons that I hope we will begin to talk about. Number 1, the importance of being conscious of the questions of identity, understanding what it means to be part of a global community doing intellectual work that is important to humanity in general, but being in the standpoint of who I am as an African intellectual. And now that this is in conversation with all my other identities, that I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm Black, I'm a member of the Global South, I'm a woman, and all that comes with the intellectual work I've talked about. Secondly, the importance of intellectual work, communities of work, especially the idea of an epistemic community. I'll cite Godwin Murunga, who often speaks to the importance of thinking of epistemic communities as debating communities, spaces where iron sharpens iron, safe spaces for collegial debate that is respectful and protecting of human dignity, but always incisive, not afraid of debate, not afraid of disagreement, and always pushing those who are members to be their very, very best. I like to think of them as families of nurturing, supportive kinfolk who may disagree but do so productively and lovingly. And yes, there is space for love in epistemic communities. I want us to think about mentoring relationships. I've talked about some of my senior mentors, but I also was blessed with a host of peer mentors at Castle Arts. When I think of the phrase, je danse donc je suis, associated with Leopold Senghor, I dance, therefore I am. I think of my roommate Stella, Oniama from Ghana, Salisu Abubakar from Nigeria, who in the first 2 weeks where every muscle of my body was aching in a way I did not believe possible, enabled me to grow as somebody who saw my body as part of my mind. I'm thinking of Jenkere Okwori from Nigeria, who during the African Humanities Institute took my master's project as his own and continued to mentor me until he was killed in a car accident in 2014 while we were working together on an ISS institute. I'm thinking of my colleagues at Northwestern. There was a time one of the former ESs of Codesria referred to us as a mafia because we worked very closely in making sure we turned up at every Codesria General Assembly. We worked on all our abstracts together, all our papers together, we submitted together, and we have been together at every General Assembly since then. I think of the lessons I learned from my epistemic communities, the mentors who modeled intellectual praxis in terms of thinking of arts as research and research as art, in terms of the revolutionary models of pressing and pushing boundaries in the community, so that some of the things you're taking for granted today was because some of them had the courage to fight battles 30 years ago. I think of the range of intellectual products from academic publications to television documentaries to stage productions that I was part of in those 3 years through their guidance. I think of the ethical responsibilities of conducting research as I saw people like Kofi Anidoho treat intellectuals and especially IK keepers as his equals and not as mere informants. I think of the lessons of language, not just oral or oral language, but language through every senses, such as we are talking about. And I think of the importance of identity, generational missions, which I hope you will take seriously as the next generation that Codesria is looking at to take us 50 years into the future. I want to end with these words from one of your generational peers. This will take me 10 seconds. Ngwatilo Mawiyo from Kenya. It's the future I want. To clothe, to protect, to fatten like the goats in which I put my hope. I shall wrap it in stories told in words, in pictures, in song, in dance. What is past and what is present shall together be a muse for my offspring. I shall be a muse for my offspring. They will need no other. Like those who have gone before, I shall sometimes lie to cover up my misdoings, but not too well. My children shall know who I am. They shall know the names of the trees God gave this land. They shall grow them. They shall play the music we faltered to remember. They shall have the wisdom we make now, and that which we neglected to learn. We shall teach it to them, one way or another. Shukran.
I told you. Actually, she didn't go into the storytelling. If she had gone into that, you guys will be standing on your heads. But thank you very much, Michelle. I think what comes out of this, and I think we'll have time to talk about this, is really you have to trust in yourself, but at the same time, you have to belong to communities. Not only, like I remember in my own case, like what she was describing in terms of one of his advisors saying you have to apply to this. My PhD, my supervisor basically was like, you have to go to the Canadian universities because they will be more sympathetic to your views. Because I had all of this crazy. So mentorship is important. Mentorship is important. But mentorship is not just top down. It's also the groups that you form, your friends. The way, when I was doing my thesis, my friends will read what I had written before I ever sent it to my supervisors. And that's where the clarity comes, because they are also struggling. And once you form those communities, you never depart from them. So thank you very much for sharing that. Professor Sisanti, your job has been cut for you. So we'll listen to you. Can we give him a big hand as he comes? Thanks.
Igama likaQamata lakuhlala lingcwele. Igama lakhe lakuhlala lintloni ngokuba ungumdala ongajongwayo. Ngokuba ungumdala ongolathwayo. Sondele kunike bokhokho. Sinqule kunike iminyanya sithi sitheleze namasiko enu. Mawakhe igazi lethu, thulane emithanjeni yethu. Ukuxabisa okokwethu, hlaziyane ezingqondweni zethu. Ukuzazi basisizwe, delisane ilifu lemnyama ebomini bethu. Kuvele ukhanya, sinike namathongo ahlambulukileyo. Ngawo suze impilo nethamsanqa ngoba amandla negunya lelenu sitsho sithi camakho. Kamakhe kamnandi wasemakhomazini zakwaqhenebeza kwaqhuququza kwazithonga sithathu zakwaduka namahlali zakwasitsho sithi camakho. Kamakhe kamnandi wasemathonyeni zakwadikiza zakwasaba zakwankomo zakamthuzimele sitsho sithi camakho. Kamakhe kamnandi wasematsheweni zakwatshiwo zakwakhawuta zakwaphalo zakwatoko zakabhotman zakabulawo zakongonyemana sitsho sithi camakho. Kamakhe kamnandi wasemangosini ociwo shotiti bonozinga abantu bomlambo sitsho sithi camakho. Sitsho kuni mantakwende botyebele ndlomu entuka libele khwangwashe sitsho sithi camakho. Nina mantando sopitsho yememe ngobengcuko mazondo ntsha amagqaba kadliwa dliwa zimbuzi enqa unyoluka sitsho sithi camakho. Sitsho kuni zizwe sesithathwini zakwandebe zakwachesana sitsho sithi camakho. Zasemazangweni zakwaphalo zakwancuthu zakwamnanjana zakwasobe zakwangqeleze wankumi zakwamanikye zakwagule zakwanikwando sitsho sithi camakho. Nina zasengethini zasemqolomeni kumntu wedlokobayo sitsho sithi camakho. When Africans were still Africans, they would not be wondering what I'm doing because they would know for sure that I'm doing what their ancestors used to do. They would know that had they not been suffering from amnesia, having lost cultural memory, they would know that the word tamaku comes from the word amatam, and that this word amatamu means water. And that when you say tamaku, you're saying water to you. And when you're saying water to you, say life to the next person. They would know this. But because Africans are living on borrowed terms, they are living in a world that is not theirs. They are living as strangers to themselves, having been alienated. They do not understand what is theirs because they are strangers to themselves. They understand more that which is foreign to them. And so, how do we know that we are right about what we are? We know for sure that when Kimani Nehusi tells us when studying libation in the world of Kemet, which is the land of the ancient Egyptians, they performed libation. And when they were performing libation, they would say, pour water, pour water, pour water, pour water. What they were doing in Kemet, they are doing right in Azania. What they are doing in Azania, they are doing in Kenya. What they do in Kenya, they do in Ghana and Nigeria. And they tell us that African people are a group of tribes with nothing common between them. Let them go tell it to the mountain. Aikwei Ama tells us that we, the black people, are one people we know. Travelers will travel long distance in their minds to deny you this truth. We do not argue with them. They're fools. Let them presume to instruct us about ourselves. That too is in their nature. We do not argue with them, not because we cannot argue with them, but we do not argue with them because we have no obligation or no responsibility to explain ourselves to them. We have a responsibility to understand ourselves and our children, and they can go to the nearest lake. We owe them nothing. And so here we go. In Nigeria, there is a language that is called Igbo. In that language, they call mother ne in Nigeria, West Africa. In Lesotho, amongst the Basotho, and in Botswana, they call their mothers me. Ne, me. In Igbo, they call a chicken okuko. Am I right or wrong? In isiXhosa, in Azania, they call a chicken inkuku. Far away in Nigeria, it is the same. In Zimbabwe, when they say, I love you, they say, ndinokuda. In Rwanda, they say, ndinokugunda. In Kinyarwanda, quickly check it for yourselves and see if I lie. In Chivanda, they call love lufuno. In Igbo, in Nigeria, they call it ifunanya. And they have the audacity to tell us that we are a disparate group of tribes with nothing common between ourselves. And you too repeat that over and over and over again, emphasizing that Africans are heterogeneous groups, that they are not homogeneous, that there is nothing common about them, because you have become zombies. A zombie is taught by the wizard and the witch, told how to speak, how to think, and becomes an imitator. But we know all these things because Ngugi wa Thiong'o has told us that language is not a mere instrument of communication. That language is a carrier of culture. That language is a carrier of memory. That we would not be calling one another as Africans foreigners to one another if we had not been alienated from one another. But as Africans in 1969, we chased the Nigerians and called them foreigners, fellow Africans. And we told Nkrumah that when Nkrumah was giving generosity to fellow Africans, that Nkrumah was a bad African and a bad Ghanaian. And we overthrew Nkrumah. In 1983, the Nigerians reciprocated. And they chased the Ghanaians out because the Ghanaians were foreigners. In Tanzania, at the moment, they are chasing fellow Africans, and that which we used to pride ourselves in, the darkness of our skin color, today is used as a tool to measure who is more of a foreigner in Africa. And when we block entrances to the hospitals so that fellow Africans may not come in, white people are coming through freely. Because we have learned how to hate ourselves, because we have been taught to hate ourselves. And all this comes through miseducation. And all this comes through colonialism. And I think I was listening to Professor Wei earlier on. He was saying we are busy sloganizing, and he was correct in saying that. We are busy sloganizing because perhaps we do not know how to do better. Perhaps we need to sloganize in order to hide our inadequacy. We need to sloganize because we do not know what else to say. Perhaps we don't even understand the nature of colonialism. That colonialism indeed is the destruction of a people's culture and the replacement of a people's culture with European culture. And this reminds me that earlier on I had a conversation with a sister who speaks Luya. I came closer to her and I was seeing this surname, Okuko. And then she says, no, actually, my correct name is Nguye. Luya. And this sounded familiar to me. Nguye. Nguye is the same as in isiXhosa, meaning the one. The Luya in Kenya are saying Nguye. The isiXhosa speaking Africans in Tanzania are saying Nguye. And we dare call one another foreigners. But let me return to colonialism. Colonialism then does that. And what does it do to us? It teaches us that a man owns a woman. It teaches us that when a woman gets married to a Sesanti, she becomes a Mrs. Sesanti. But in African culture, we have nothing to do with that. In our culture, a woman retains her name. She retains her maiden name. If she is Makumalo, she remains a Makumalo even when she's married to a Zangwa. It is European. Read Foucault. And Foucault will tell you in the history of sexuality that when these people are going to marry, a man walks next, a father next walks next to the daughter and walks in their aisle and hands over to the husband-to-be, because the husband-to-be is transferring ownership from the father to the husband, and we have nothing to do with that. And so when Ifi Amadiyume asks in her book, Male Husband and Female Daughters and Male Husbands, and in fact, it's the point that you were making earlier on, Professor Way, that when they tell us that this is African culture, we must interrogate what is African about this. Because as Oyeronke Oyewumi tells us, that when Christianity met African culture, and when Christianity Christianized African culture, Africans lost out. When Africans Africanized Christianity, Africanism lost out. That we, African people, when we think of God, we think of God not only in male terms, but also in female terms. We do not merely say, our Father who art in heaven, we also say, our Mother who art in heaven, because our ancestors taught us that God is unknowable. We do not tell stories that we cannot even make sense of and say that, here is a man, a woman came out of the rib below the armpit where it is smelling, and that therefore this woman. And St. Paul tells us, St. Paul tells us that, women were made for men and not vice versa. St. Paul says this unequivocally. Women were made for men and not vice versa. And do you wonder why men have entitlement to women's bodies and think that they can do anything and everything that they want with them? Do you know why people came into the continent and say that they were the adults and were the child race? And that St. Paul tells us that women must obey their husbands like children, and that their husbands must love their women as children. That males are perpetually adults and women are perpetually children. We have nothing to do with that as African people. And this is where our decolonization comes in. And this is where our re-Africanization comes in. In the language of Kikuyu, and I'm left with now 6 minutes, program director, and I'm telling you, I'm going to leave here 1 minute early. You are not going to have your sweet revenge on me. No ways. But by the way, I must apologize to my brother. Yesterday, he timed me, and he says I cut him off 15 seconds before. And I apologize publicly. We have made peace. And so, in the language of Kikuyu, your mother, and I learned this from Jomo Kenyatta, facing Mount Kenya. Kikuyu, your mother is Nyukwa. Kikuyu, Nyukwa, right? Your mother. In isiXhosa and isiZulu, unyoko. In Ochivambo, in Namibia, unyoko. Right? Anyone from Namibia here and speak Chivambo? Quickly check. Google this. You will see that now this word unyoko, it's a combination of two words. Nyo, wako. Those who speak Isinguni, I can see them already looking down because they feel embarrassed. Because inyo is a vagina. Right? Inyo. And Africans giggle when you say inyo. But they don't giggle when you say vagina, because we have been taught that our languages are vulgar, our languages bring us embarrassment. When I say vagina, no one giggles. But when I say inyo in our language, people giggle. It's a psychological deep oppression. Now, the reason our ancestors say unyoko, umawako, is that they mean to remind you every day that we have never seen any child coming out of anyone's rib. But we see all the time children coming into this world through the vagina, that the vagina is the gateway to life, and that therefore the vagina is something that needs to be revered. And that in African culture, womanhood must be revered, because as our ancestors taught us in Kemet, when you wear the ankh, it is round in the shape of a woman's womb. That when you come into this world, the first home of all human beings, regardlessly, irrespectively, the first home of all human beings is the womb. And it is for this reason that when boys are going into initiation, when we were Africans, it was the women who built the heart in the shape of the woman's womb, so that the boy goes back into his mother's womb. And that boy is going to be reborn. And when he comes back, he is clad in red ochre, because that red ochre represents the blood of his mother with which he came into the world. And it is for this reason that our sister Ifi Amadiu tells us that in the language of the Igbo, they sing all the time that mother is supreme, mother is supreme, mother is supreme, mother is supreme, mother is supreme. And it is for the same reason that in the language of Ohafia, they tell us that a man's penis scatters, a woman's womb gathers. That we know that men weaponize their penises to claim power over human beings and to do the nonsense that they do all the time. And that it is women all the time that have got to clean up the mess. And it is for this reason that in this continent, we have been led by women, and that they will lead us once again. And Sobukwe then says, let me plead with you, lovers of my Africa, to carry with you into the world a vision of a new Africa. An Africa reborn, an Africa rejuvenated, an Africa recreated, young Africa. Africa shall not equivocate, Africa shall not regret, Africa shall not compromise. Remember Africa.
We cannot follow that. Can we give Brother Sisanti? And I said at the beginning that these are two of my most favorite people, and they just demonstrated to you why they remain two of my most favorite people. And no, Brother Sisanti, I was not gonna revenge. Like the way you were speaking, I wanted you to continue for another 5 minutes, but it's okay. So now we are here. What you may not have heard, because he was not very direct, the question is mentorship. And what you may not have heard, it's basically mentorship begins with knowing yourself. And I think Mishai made that point. The point of knowing yourself, not what you will settle for, not what you will not settle for, the communities that you build. And he's saying we see each other as strangers. For you to mentor someone and someone to be under your mentorship, you have to know them and recognize them as part of you. You see yourself in them. You see the journey that they are on. You help them to be able to find their voice, not to replicate you. So I want to thank you, both of you, very much. Of course, there are so many things that we could unpack on Professor Sisanti's presentation, but I just wanted to bring that very explicitly to the question of mentorship. Know thyself. You have to start with that. And so let's open this. We have we have like 30, 40 minutes. And so let's open this. I'll start at the back. We'll take 3 questions or 3 comments, but please keep them short so that we have more conversations. Comments are fine, but if you are going to make a comment that is convoluted, I'll cut you off. I'm sorry. I am not going to put a time limit because I want the fluidity of the conversation. But if you are going to keep talking about stuff that will take us away from what we are talking about, then I'll cut you off. So let's start at the back, because normally the tendency is to start at the front. We'll start at the back. Raise your hand so that I know. Okay, the brother in the black one. There is somebody behind you, I think it's a sister. And then this is 70%. So I honor you. I know there are 70% women, so I'll give them. There are going to be 2 women and 1 man, and I'll come. You are a man. You're not a man.
Okay, 1, 2 behind you. Who is the third person? No, sister? Okay. For now, you are a girl. You will speak. Okay, let's go. The brother in black.
Well, thank you, Prof. Sesanti. All right, thank you, Prof. Sesanti, for the powerful presentation, and Madam Amakwe. I really appreciate. I'm Godfrey Chidiga from Malawi. So my question goes to Sesanti. I just want your advice to us, the young scholars who don't like to associate themselves with the traditional thinking. We understand for a long time, the time we are born and we have grown up now, we have Christianity in us, we have Muslim beliefs in us and other external religious beliefs. So what's your advice to us as the young scholars on how best we can try to express ourselves like the way you have done? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bridget Chalimpa Babugumira. I am from Uganda. I want to appreciate our panelists. That was quite exciting and insightful, so thank you. My question is, how do we ensure that the IK systems recognize and value women as knowledge holders, especially since I'm sure we all come from very heavily, patriarchal communities where men's knowledge and perspectives or whatever they have to say is held in high regard, yet in reality, it's always the women, like one of the panelists said, the ones who always come to do the job, to finish the job, or, keep the home, or kind of make it work. So how do we ensure, especially for me as a feminist researcher, I have often found challenges when I go into a community. It's always, oh, if you want to speak, you have to speak to the head of the home. Yet in reality, it's the woman who actually has, the knowledge or has so much to contribute towards what I really need to find. Thank you.
You are on your phone instead of, thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, that's good. Yeah, thanks so much for this opportunity that you gave to me. My question will be very simple and straight. As a mentor, for the previous session that we have, it's like that the professor from University of Addis Ababa, I don't know, mentioned something which is always raising in my mind, is that our research has to be in our local language, which is something is really marvelous. So we are in front of our mentor now. How can this can become a reality in Africa? Thanks so much.
Sure. I didn't quite get the last question, so I'm not going to attempt. I don't know if my sister got it. But the very first one, I think the program director got it very well when he said that the performance that I did was basically trying to respond to the question about what mentorship means. So in clearer terms, what this means is that I come from my ancestors. I believe that God is there, but I do not know that God is there. There's a difference between the two.
I believe God exists and that God created. Our ancestors believe. But I know that my ancestors exist, because they've come to me and spoken to me while I'm sleeping. They've shown me things that I had no idea about today. And when I woke up the following day, they pointed me in a particular place at a particular time. And I went there and I found those things. And it is not a question of my imagination. It's not an illusion. And so the reason that, therefore, I say that I always acknowledge my ancestors every day. Each time I eat, I thank God for the food, but I also thank my ancestors immediately. And there's no contradiction between the two, because for God's known wisdom, she entrusted me. God did not give birth to me, my mother did. God did not, my grandmother gave birth to my mother. And those ones I know, both of them are gone, but they continue to come. My mother gave birth to me. My grandmother gave birth to me, and they guide me, and I speak to them every day that I can. And so what then anchors me as a scholar, you heard, and I'm not arrogant about it, but it is a fact that I got my PhD in a historically white institution, Stellenbosch University in Journalism Studies, and I got another PhD at a historically white institution, Wits University, and I got a professorship on top of that. But I know that those institutions of learning were never meant to empower me. They meant to turn me into a zombie. So I did and got what they did, but I remained who I am, and I'm very proud of it, and that's what keeps me rooted. And so regarding patriarchal systems, there is no easy way to get this right, right? It is. And as researchers, you've got, earlier on I was making reference to Ife Amadiumi. I made reference to Wangari Maathai and all these women. These are the teachers we have to do the hard work of studying. They have taken the time to research against the grain, against all hardships, and they brought it about. And so you too, it is not enough that you should take things from my mouth. You have got to do the hard work. So we are not going to be able to overthrow patriarchy just like that. Patriarchy is deeply rooted. It has got power. It is rooted in the culture of white people who have power. It is rooted in the church that comes with white people. It is rooted in the mosque whose people, the Arabs, have got a very patriarchal culture. It's deep. And so we practice as Muslims, we practice as Christians, we are trapped there. Even our Africans who have embraced these faiths, follow the interpretations of these patriarchs. And so it is not going to be easy. It's a struggle, but it's got to be a struggle that we must have the courage to have in order to overthrow patriarchy.
Thank you. And I'm actually going to just pick up from there and just go to the question. I think that was Bridget on how do we do feminist work? And by the way, feminist work is not confined to women. Just as not every woman is a feminist, and some of them are the ones who are most deeply steeped in patriarchal norms, not every man by default is anti-feminist. Some of the best feminists I know are men, right? Feminism is about refusing to live in a world where there is gendered injustice. And even all the cultures we come from, whether you're thinking about your ancestral cultures, whether you're thinking about your work cultures, whether we're thinking about our academic cultures, many of them are steeped in gendered injustice. So our work as people, and I'm hoping everybody here is feminist. If you're not feminist, you can wave your hand. I'm assuming everybody whose hands is down are feminist. And it is okay if you are saying, I'm not sure. This is an area, we've all said we're all exploring, right? This is something I want to explore, is to ask ourselves, in the work that we do, how do we fight injustice? Remember I said your intellectual work is about becoming mtu wa utu, right? Somebody who is steeped in humanity. So you cannot be doing work or being in spaces where you yourself is perpetuating injustice. even, I, as an older senior, quote unquote, scholar, if I'm in a space where I am perpetuating generational injustice, there's something I'm doing that is wrong, right? Yes or no? Yes? Same thing with gender. So we enter spaces and we know they are unjust, especially when you're dealing with academic spaces, especially when you're dealing with norms of working that have been passed down by people who've never thought about these things. So one way of going about it is to ask yourself, what does my politics of citation look like? If I know that the people who are really holding that knowledge are women, am I citing and centering them in my work? When I go in to get permission and I'm told the people whom you must talk to, the gatekeepers are the men, usually older men as well, am I saying, okay, fine, I'll speak to them, but I will also find out if the women are the ones who are the knowledge bearers, how do I make sure that the relationships, the process, the work I am doing recognizes, acknowledges, and amplifies them? And it is slow work because sometimes you are destabilizing ways of working that everybody is comfortable with. Remember, I said to you that some of the senior mentors that I have worked with and I most admire are people who bear the scars of fighting those battles. I am aware I would not be in the spaces that I am if they were not first in their spaces, right? I talked about going to Northwestern, my Department of Performance Studies, and one of the things that we all tried to do was to always constantly talk about Zora Neale Hurston, right? She's a Black African woman who was doing work, right? So she's part of our global diaspora, part of global Africa, was doing work among her own community, which was a community. She was doing the ethnographies, collecting stories, collecting rituals, collecting what people called folklore. And one of her famous books is called Mules and Men. And why is it called Mules and Men? Because she said women are the mules of the world. Even Black men make them mules. She was making a point, and we now acknowledge her as the foremother of performance studies. I think we're the only institution in performance studies that made a point of doing that as a way of writing her back. So let me encourage you, after you've done your research project, go back and look at your bibliographies, look at the people you're citing, and ask yourself if your bibliography is perpetuating injustice. And it might be gendered, it might be regional, you might have forgotten that Africans think, or you might have decided that Africans only contribute case studies. Women only contribute case studies. Theory comes from men. Theory comes from the global north. Theory only comes from certain academies. Usually people will cite South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and forget that every country is doing intellectual production. It's a long way of saying, not just in terms of gender, but in terms of all these areas of injustice, we are all learning to do better, and we can all be part of making that problem better. So I'm trying to put out that question of politics of citation. And then on the question of language, I also want to agree entirely with what was said. But remember, we as Africans generally are multilingual. Is there anybody here who only speaks one language? Right? So even when we talk about working in our languages, I do appreciate the point of working in the ancestral languages that you can draw your ancestry to. But let me tell you, one of the biggest things I always bless, if you say my lucky stars, for, was a graduate advisor at Kenyatta who encouraged me to pick up French. I wasn't going to do French for my degree. And she said to me, if you pick up French, French will open up entire parts of Africa that you otherwise will not be able to engage. Over the years, I have learned to work intellectually. I'm not as good as I would like to be. Not like someone like Ayemi, who just moves from one to the other seamlessly. But I've learned that learning to work in French opened up an entire archive for me. Opened up new ways of thinking and doing intellectual work, because Francophone scholars are trained in a way that's different from Anglophone scholars, are trained in a way that's different for Arabophone scholars. So even the question that our sister Belinda asked in the morning, what would it take to start teaching law in Kiswahili, is not just about using a language, but about opening up ways of thinking, opening up bibliographical sources, opening up, you saw with Professor Ngom, the names he was citing and saying, this person is known all over the wall of world, but those of us who are not wall of speakers don't know them. I also want to say that when we talk about languages, we're not just talking about oral languages. We're talking about oral languages. Drums speak. We're talking about opening that up. We're talking about kinesthetic languages. Like I said, I learned to use my body differently. We're talking about the way sculptors encode very complex intellectual work. One of my favorite oratorists is called Pius Ntuli. He's from Zimbabwe. Ntuli writes poetry as his way of thinking and then translates it into his sculptures. So to understand his theory, you must look at the sculpture, encode the poetry, and then come to the theory, right? And most of us wouldn't even know where to start to do that. So by only confining ourselves to the little archive that's written in the, quote, international languages, written in international languages, we are robbing ourselves of this great intellectual legacy that is ours as Africans. And I want to encourage all of us to pick up at least one other language, whether it is oral or whether it is one of these others that I have talked about. Challenge yourself.
Okay, in the middle. Okay.
I think they thought this is not worth our time. When is tea time coming?
Okay, so there was one here. Let me just go back. One. Where are the women? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's start here.
Ma question s'adresse à la prof. J'ai suivi avec un bonheur particulier son parcours. Elle dit qu'elle a été boursière depuis 92, si je ne me trompe pas. Je voulais savoir quel a été votre secret? Comment avez-vous réussi à rester aussi constante, à être présente et à déborder d'énergie jusqu'aujourd'hui? Quel est le secret que vous pouvez donner à nous qui sommes de la jeune génération des chercheurs pour être aussi constants comme vous? Merci beaucoup.
OK, thank you. Bonjour à tous. Merci déjà pour la parole donnée. Ma question va s'adresser à la prof. Elle a parlé d'un sujet assez important. Elle a parlé des artistes. Et je voulais savoir, pour ceux qui sont artistes dans ce projet, à savoir au niveau des outputs, si je peux me permettre, comment est-ce qu'ils pourraient utiliser leur art ou leur talent pour créer quelque chose de bénéfique comment je vais dire ça? Quelque chose de bénéfique pour les peuples avec lesquels ils vont travailler. Est-ce qu'il faudra qu'ils s'approchent des entités qui sont dans le milieu culturel ou de façon personnelle, ils peuvent prendre des initiatives? Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation. I enjoyed your presentation. My question is directed to my brother. You seem to externalize African problems. You seem to argue that colonization is responsible for all of the problems Africa is encountering these days. As you know, Ethiopia was not colonized. In 1896, Italians tried to invade Ethiopia. They were defeated at the Battle of Adwa. But when you compare Ethiopia and other regions, we're almost similar. And again, I don't know whether you know a Nigerian political philosopher, Olufemi Taiwo. He published a book entitled Against Decolonization, Taking African Agency Seriously. So I also partly agree with this colleague. How can we always make colonization responsible for our actions, for our problems after 55 plus years of political independence? So I just would like to know your reaction to Taiwo and the current situation in Ethiopia and other parts of Africa that were colonized. Thank you.
Okay, I think the secret of continuity we leave for him. Although I remember someone promised us a recipe to something you can drink and then it just gives you energy. So I'm still waiting for the answer to that one. I want to come to the questions of art, especially. So my research of late, I'm trying to, my entire research project is how to use art through every stage of the research process, from when you are formulating your research question until the part where we talk about publication. And one of the things I've been trying to do is to promise myself I will not publish in an academic space until I have published artistically. Now, I am a theater artist, storyteller. That's my art form. But I've been learning to work with other artists. I'm obsessed with textiles. I'm learning to work with people who inscribe, work inscription. I'm working with poets. I'm working with literary artists. Because at the end of the day, it is about finding the right language to do intellectual work with the community you want to do the work with. And what began to disturb me was that I always felt I was going in and working with communities as research subjects. I came in with questions I had formulated. I then went through those research ethics things you have to do in academic spaces, but not with the communities themselves. I conducted asked those research, those questionnaires you have to do. I came back, I did the analysis, I did the synthesis, and then I would translate it into a performance at the end. And I began to ask myself, can I use art through every part of this process, depending on the community I am engaging? And this is where the challenge came, because not everybody uses theater, drama, and storytelling. If you think of art as just another way of doing your process, I promise you, you will find that you can use it no matter where you want to do it. During the midterm, was it the Midterm Institute or with my mentees in Botswana? That was one of the things we explored. Not because all of them are artists, but because if you want to work with the community, then you are working and finding what is the research methodology. Am I making sense? That they use, which means you might be the one having to learn how to do it. And I guess for me, if I hear your question right, it is to ask yourself, how do I use art just like any other tool that might be given to you as a researcher? And how do you begin to see your artwork to be something that communities and people can use to conduct research on things that matter to them? And then I think those are the two questions. That's the one question for me. You can answer the next two.
I'm not quite sure whether it was in 1983, but it was certainly before the time our beloved Thomas Sankara passed on. And he was speaking in French. And he said, what is colonialism? What is colonialism? And then he said to them, colonialism is the clothes that you are wearing. It is the food that you are wearing. It is the language that you are speaking. And so we distinguish, or perhaps there's a relationship between colonization and colonialism. We understand that there's a physical aspect of colonialism, which there is the invasion of the land, and the Battle of Adwa attests to what you are saying. I think it was in 1896. But what is the cultural influence that takes place in Ethiopia? Looking at the hat you are wearing, Prof, and the jacket that you are wearing, and the shirt that you are wearing, and all of that, is suggesting to me that you are wearing Western clothes, European clothes, and you have the freedom to wear otherwise. But for some reason, you have chosen that, and that is the power of colonialism. Because you see, colonialism is very cultural. And so it is for this reason that Ngugi wa Thiong'o was speaking about the decolonization of the mind in 1986. It is because Ngugi wa Thiong'o had realized Kenya became independent in 1963. And yet in 1973, in Kenya at the university, they were battling and debating about the place of African literature in Kenya 10 years after independence. In 1972, at the University of Ghana, Ghana having become independent in 1957, the African Association of Universities was debating about the Africanization of education. I think if my mathematics serves me, it's 15 years after. So, what does this tell us? It is telling us what Lumumba told us. He recognized this truth when he was in prison and he was writing his letter to his wife. He said that these people never meant to give us any independence. From the very word go, as Nyerere says, he says that they left through the front door, but they came back through the back door, and they did the most damage. The most damage to us as Africans has been done more than during the time when we're in colonialism, because colonialism is elastic. It is cultural. And it is for this reason that Sheikh Anta Diop, thank you, my sister, Sheikh Anta Diop taught us, or perhaps let's begin with Amilcar Cabral. Amilcar Cabral says that the colonialists have always understood that they can never be sure of colonialism until they have destroyed a people's culture. And that for as long as a people's culture remains alive, colonialism can never succeed. And at that time when Amilcar Cabral was making that point, it was a point that had already been made by Sheikh Anta Diop earlier on. And so, it may not. Where does agency come from? Or where is our agency? Our agency comes in the fact that always there's my friend, I say, you know, the greatest achievement for me in my life is not getting professorship, is not getting the 2 PhDs. It is having participated in the liberation struggle of our people. To fight and be prepared to push it until the end. And that struggle continues for me to this very day. And that is where the reason that in Azania today, fellow Africans are chasing fellow Africans and not daring and confronting white people has got to do with the fact that colonialism is deep. And they're not responsible for that colonialism. White people are responsible for colonizing us, no one else. We did not colonize ourselves. And many things, therefore, are accruing out of that colonialism, even after the so-called national independence and flag independence.
Quick thing before I go to, I mean, this whole idea, it's only in relation to Africa that we end up having this crazy, oh, you are blaming and you are externalizing. By the way, Olufemi Tao's book is garbage. I'm sorry, I have to say that. I actually just finished writing a book in which I engage with him. His notion of agency is vacuous because there is an agent that acts, but the subjectivity through which that agency is formed, we forget. There is a tragic structure to African African subject formation. which has been formed through colonial systems that continue to inform us and the way in which Ethiopia also, yes, was never colonized, but do you really want to say that Ethiopia was not forged through the period of the partition of Africa? I have a friend, she's now dead, Eleni Zeleke, who wrote Ethiopia in Theory, the way in which the social sciences and the debate about the state of Ethiopia led not only to the coup that overthrew Haile Selassie, but also Meles and others going to the bush. You know this, it's a history. So whether Ethiopia was colonized or not, Ethiopia as a country came into being. Modern Ethiopia, as we know it, came into being during the colonial period. Olofemi Taiwo, like in the first place, Valentin Mudimbi has this idea of colonizing structure. Colonization functions three different ways. One, the occupation of land and transformation of land. Two, the transformation of the minds of the native, the transformation of cognitive spaces. And three, the integration of African societies into Western historicity in terms of culture, in terms of economics, in terms of politics. So colonialism may have ended in the formal sense, but the structures that it created, the Latin Americans call it coloniality. The hierarchies that continue to exist in social orders after the end of colonialism. Why is it that when there is a terrorist attack in Kenya, people wonder why, whether Kenya has a mall? Because that's what I remember when there was that terrorist attack. We're like, oh, Kenya has a mall? And yet when there is a terrorist attack in France, everybody goes and start claiming Jesuit Charlie. The structures that exist in terms of the hierarchies of life, of being, of human existence, continue to inform the way in which we function. But I get frustrated when all the time people are like, oh, why is it Africa, we have been independent. Colonialism did not end. Colonialism is the condition of our present. And that's why Thomas Sankara said, if you want to understand colonialism, look at the food on your plate. Anyway. Two, three. I'm sorry, my brother. Let me take the ladies first. I'll come back to you. One, two, three. Okay. Go.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Ma question est adressée au prof Santé. Vous avez dit qu'il faut réfléchir à ce qui est vraiment africain. Et moi, je voudrais savoir, je voudrais vous poser une question. Est-ce qu'au nom du panafricanisme ou des savoirs africains, devons-nous aussi garder des pratiques comme la polygamie, les mutilations génitales féminines ou les mariages précoces des filles qui ont fait souffrir beaucoup de femmes? La colonisation a aussi apporté certaines réformes positives. Ne pouvons-nous pas garder ce qui est bon dans notre culture et adapter aussi ce qui est bon ailleurs, tant que cela nous aide à avancer? Comme on dit chez nous à Lingala, Yamala Mubo copier, Yamabe Boboaka. Prenez ce qui est bon et laissez ce qui est mauvais. Pour moi, une Afrique réécrite, c'est aussi une Afrique qui protège ses bonnes valeurs tout en restant ouverte à ce qui peut contribuer à son développement.
Good afternoon again. I wrote this earlier, but I was unsure I should say it, but I'm going to say it now. When I had my first question earlier, I think the biggest success of colonization and now what we live in, which is a state of coloniality, is that the missionaries and the colonizers clearly succeeded, not only in taking our land and dispossessing us and leaving us in a condition of almost mindless distortion, because look at how heated we are right now, with some people even going as far as justifying the act of the colonizer, which I feel is ridiculous. But nonetheless, alas, I ask, knowing coloniality and what it is, and knowing its effect, understanding decoloniality and the scholarship of decoloniality and indigenous knowledge systems, how would you define selfhood? And I ask this for someone that is maybe also still striving towards defining selfhood in the society we live in right now?
Hello, okay. It's been a while since I've been called Wairimo, so I immediately just appreciate that. Thank you so much to our speakers. In many ways, you've embodied personhood in your presentations and what it looks like to fully bring yourself into the room through the stories you've told and how you have presented them. So I just want to start with saying a very big thank you. Immediately after, I felt like I just needed to sit in silence, but now the thoughts have begun to arrive. My question is on legacy, and I'm curious at the stage you are in your journey as established. How are you thinking about legacy if you are thinking about legacy? And then the other was already sort of touched on, and I just want to go in deeper into the place of wonder and childlike curiosity while you are so deeply entrenched in intellectual traditions, so far ahead in your self-discovery on this journey. So I'm curious the place of wonder and curiosity on your journeys. Thank you.
OK, merci. Je remercie les deux panélistes et ma question va au professeur Sisanti. Généralement, quand nous voulons parler du colonialisme, je constate que nous évitons une question qui fâche beaucoup. C'est la question de la religion. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce qu'on peut parler de colonialisme en séparant la religion? C'est la première question. La deuxième question, c'est dans un monde où les influences extérieures sont nombreuses, comment peut-on parvenir à une connaissance authentique de soi et s'assurer que les choix que l'on fait reflètent réellement notre identité plutôt que les attentes de l'Occident? Merci.
To the panelists, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up the questions, and I'm really pleased that we're thinking about things like the South, right? And so for me, this is why I emphasize that much as you're growing as a researcher, you're growing as this professional, you're also seeing yourself, no matter what your profession is, as your job as a human being is to grow in the fullness of your humanity. And part of that has to be to learn to tend to yourself and to learn to understand, who am I? Who am I when you're stripped, as Prof had said, you're stripped of the titles, you're stripped of your community, you're stripped of your work. Who is, what remains? What makes the years that you have lived on this earth worth it? And so for me, part of the work I have to do has always been this self-reflexivity to ask myself with each project, how do I know myself better? What have I, and I want to go back to what Pinky said in the morning, what have I unlearned? What are the things that I came up against and I just panicked? Because I'll be honest, there are times things were, I came up against something and I retreated into my comfort zone. I retreated to the fact that I am middle class, I am elite, I have my degrees, I speak English and speak it well. I am connected in particular ways in the spaces that I am, because that was what was safe for me. And so taking a time to then ask, what was that about? What is it, the courage I have to relearn, to unlearn first, and then relearn? And I'll give you an example. It was a very scary thing for me to decide that I want to remain with one foot in the academy, but I'm not going to publish. Not forever, but for a period. right? I was in a particular place and I had to ask myself, and this connects to the question on legacy, what is important to me? When I die, what is it that I want people to say, this is the body of work she done? And I realized I was not invested in certain positions, which I understand will be important to some of you, because that's the work. We need people to be professors, vice chancellors, lead research organizations, all of that. All of that is important. But it goes back to understanding yourself and the work that you feel you need to do. So part of my own reflection on my journey is to ask myself, how did the places I went to and the people I met, the impact they had on me, so that today when I say I call myself an oratorist because of Michere Mugo, what is it that Michere Githae Mugo left in my life, or Professor Kofi Anyidoho left in my life, that I want to take forward? And what are the things I don't feel that's the work I have to do? And I really appreciated what Pinky said, that all of us are in this journey. And I think when you stop learning, when you stop saying, there is something I don't know, there's something for me to get from this group of people, I think it's time for you to retire as an intellectual. Just go and enjoy and say, now I'm in retirement. In terms of legacy, for me, my legacy is to change the way people do research. Those who want to research in the way that I research, including publishing in terms of stage performances. I'm now playing with a form I call a performance lecture. So yes, I will publish. By the way, I intend to publish. I've committed to publish a book very, very soon that brings together some of this. Everything I will publish has first been published on stage in the form of a performance that I call a performance lecture, because that's the legacy I want to leave. My second legacy is people. Can I just say, I am thrilled to see you guys here. I said this to the first cohort. One of the biggest joys of my life, and I'm being really honest, I came into Codestria 30 years ago. I am who I am because a lot of individuals in Codestria invested themselves in me. And my commitment, not just as a member of the executive committee, but as a member of the fourth generation of African intellectuals through the way Codestria counts that, is to make sure by the time we are leaving, we are bringing in the next generation and they are better than who we are. Because you have to be better. You don't have a choice. You have everything we had and more. You're already more brilliant at your age and at the stage of your career. I was reading those proposals and I was like in heaven, because I was like, I couldn't imagine writing some of the proposals I was reading. So for me, that's my next legacy. If you know that things when they say, let your servant depart in peace. If I look and I see that you are in Codestria or other African intellectual spaces, if I can look at the global intellectual community and Africans are where we have always been, at the center of global production, not in the margins. For me, that's legacy enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just forget the title of the book, but it's written by Edward Blyden. It's about African culture, and it discusses the issue of polygyny. You know, there is polygyny, there is polygamy, right? Polygyny. When you read Jomo Kenyatta in Facing Mount Kenya, I think he talks about a situation where it's the Ngwako, I think the initiation schools there. Now, the arrangement there is that the fellow initiates, say Mshai and I were initiated together. We are brothers and sisters for life, right? We share everything together. So much so that we even share sexual engagements. If Mshai's husband comes to that room and we have put a stick outside, it tells him that Mshai is busy with a fellow initiatee and he walks away. Why am I making this point? The point I'm making is that we are given a false impression that men had an advantage over women, and that they were the ones who had the right to have 2, 3, 4, or 5 women. That's why our sister, the one she likes family, she's written family then. Nkirunzegu, yes. Nkirunzegu speaks about a situation where it says, when Africans were Africans, there was no question when a woman had a child, it was not your business to ask who is the father of that child. That child belongs to the community, finish and clear. And Africans, after our ancestors knew that it was not just the women who would suffer from infertility, men suffered from infertility too. And that being the case, it's either I would have a conversation with my brother Adeshina in confidence and ask him to have sex with my wife, and he knows pretty well that that child is mine, is not his. Because childhood and parenthood culturally amongst us is not biological, it is social. And so back to Edwin Blyden, he tells us a situation that, even those of us who come from Azania, I know this, that my sister Jen Tabiseng would say to me, hey, Simpiwe, please take a second wife. I need a sister wife in this house. A woman would say that, would take that initiative and say that I need to have. So the point is that contexts are always important. When we study our cultures, we must not listen to what other people are. Well, let us investigate the particularities and the peculiarities. And so therefore, having said that, my brother, all people have a right to modify not every cultural practice. African people were human beings just like any other human beings. We made mistakes. For instance, within my ethnic group, there was a time for one reason or other, the twins, just like the Igbo, the twins were killed. That practice was stopped, right? There are certain practices in every cultural community that do not make sense. And when that happens, it is revolutionary that you must cut it. I'll quickly say that, when you read the history of Basotho, there was a man there who was called Muhlomi. Muhlomi taught Mushweshwe. Muhlomi was the mentor of Mushweshwe. He taught him that you must not always trust, and Muhlomi himself was a traditional healer. But he said that you must not trust each and every traditional healer because some of them are liars. And it was Mushweshwe who said that. Shaka himself did a demonstration. He killed a goat and he smeared blood on his heart. And he called these people and he said, tell us who did this. And they kept on accusing many people. And these people were set aside to be killed. After that, only one came and said, no, I'm sorry, King. You are responsible for this. Only one. And then he said, you see, you are liars. These people would have been killed. Now you are going to suffer the same fate that these people, and he killed them. Shaka was not playing. So the point is that our own ancestors, that's why we're philosophers, you must be critical of our own practices, question them, advance progress and all of that as Africans. But as we do this, we're asking outsiders to shut up and leave us alone. We're going to sort out our own mess. Let them sort. They've got many messes in their own communities. They must stop treating us as children. We are going to do this ourselves as Africans. Legacy. Legacy, my sister, I think my sister, I'm sure, has explained it very well. But I just want to say that, and that goes back to the question that was raised by Lerato about selfhood. Our ancestors defined the community or the family as those that came before us, as those who are living today, and those that are yet to come. Meaning that our ancestors, and Gugi Watong had a beautiful way of saying it, our ancestors are our inspiration. We look up to them. And those who live are the perspiration we have to work here. And those who are yet to come are our aspiration. We work for them. So therefore, legacy is that our ancestors taught us in terms of defining the concept of family and community. And selfhood is never understood by Africans outside that of the community. You belong at all times to Uluntu. That's why they will say, Umtu, ngumtu, ngabantu, mutu ki mutu kabantu. You don't exist outside that. Did I miss any question? Legacy colonial. Oh, the religious question is the last one. My dear brother, here is the truth, right? Jesus Christ was not European. He was not white. But white people used Christianity as an instrument of distorting. You know, when you read Jesus Christ, never mind St. Paul, you read, now imagine Jesus Christ, here is Mary and this other sister. He's sitting here down. He's anointing oil on his head. Do you imagine that he was standing on his feet? I can imagine Jesus Christ sitting between the legs of this woman and having oil anointed. And that's why Jesus Christ, when this woman was being condemned by patriarchs, he looked around and he said, any one of you who is sinless, cast the first stone. And Jesus Christ at all times he was with women. And yet St. Paul came around with this patriarchal attitude coming from his culture. Jesus Christ had revolutionized that and turned against it. The same, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was a revolutionary. In his last sermon, he said, no Arab is superior to a non-Arab, and no non-Arab is superior. And yet, when he passed on, it was this man, who was the first caliph? Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr said, he made an argument that the Quraysh will never accept anyone who is not a Quraysh. So the person who must, what had that got to do with it? You can quickly check now, Surah chapter 14, verse 4 in the Quran. It says, I sent messengers to all people, and they spoke to those people in their own languages. It's in the Quran. And so where do they get the audacity to say that Arabic is the language of heaven? Where? When the Quran itself, when the Quran says that in chapter 4, verse 18, that all prophets are equal and that you must make no distinction between them. And yet you come across Muslims who will tell you that Muhammad is better than Jesus Christ. Where? When the Quran says it itself. And when the Quran says that we created you to various nations, tribes, and color so that you may recognize one another and practice righteousness. 49 verse 13 in the Quran. Eh? They come and tell you that the first hijrah was in Medina. It's not true. The first hijrah was in Abyssinia. And that man who said, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Hayya al-salah al-falah. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. He was a black man. He was beloved. And he was the first treasurer. He was the first finance minister in the history of Islam. He was as black as they come. And so we've got to understand this. We'll never be able, if we take things from other people's lips, they'll always take us to this and that direction. So scholarship is about digging. Scholarship is about researching. And then scholarship comes with courage to be able to say, on what basis are you saying what you are saying? Because I have read the Hadith, I have read Jesus Christ, I've read the Bible, and I know that the Bible says, Acts verse 7:22, that Moses learned all his wisdom from the Egyptians, and therefore if Jesus Christ left his wisdom from Moses, then they all learned their wisdom from African people. It's the Bible saying that. Check it.
Okay.
I just want to, and I want to add to this. You know, we asked about what our work is. I am conscious that if we're thinking about matters, whether it is matters religion or matters culture, our work as intellectuals, I want to just reiterate what you said, is to do the work, right? So in all of our cultures, in all of our faiths, in all of our societies, there will be, and I go back to that question of justice, there will be people who will be suffering from forms of injustice. Our work as intellectuals is to take the tools, the expertise, the experience, what we have, and put it at the service of those communities that we feel strongly about. I'm thinking of our sister Aisha Imam, right? She did a lot of work with Baobab, for example, in Nigeria. And one of the things that they went was to say, let us look at societies where Islam has been used in ways that some of us who are good Muslims, who understand ourselves as faithful Muslims, do not think are in line with our faith. Their job was to go and to debate, to work with imams, to work with religious people across the board and to debate and to think and to do the intellectual labor of challenging those norms that they saw as being oppressive. Some of you I know come from Christian traditions that are based on liberation theology. That again goes back to this concept, as you said, you don't just take what you have been told. If this is important to you, interrogate it, read it, find out what are the traditions. We know that Christianity, we know that Islam, as you have illustrated, has got long roots and long traditions right here on this continent. What are our people saying? One of my favorite exhibits ever at the Museum of African Civilizations in Dakar was a time I went and the entire floor was looking at the Islamic heritage of Senegal. I was mind blown because I didn't know it was so long, it was so rich, it was such a strong intellectual tradition. And I think the problem that we often have, and I'm coming to the question of what about the things that we know are not right, right? I'm coming back to that question of we do not change things as African intellectuals because others have told us this is bad for us. We change things because we've done the intellectual labor and we can present evidence-based data. Pinky talked about that in the morning, where you can say, I have tested it, I have the evidence, and I'm making the argument. Even though I said we bring our soul, which includes our emotions, we bring our spirit, all of that is tied together in the fact that as intellectuals, we are offering our continent and the world the gifts and the skill and the expertise, which is why the training you're getting here as intellectuals is important. Because that is what, this is exactly what Sheikh Anta Diop did. He said, I know what the truth is. They want proof, I will give them proof. And he did the work. At the end of it, there are still people who deny that ancient Egypt came into as a black culture, but the evidence is there and that no one can argue with. Am I making sense? So we are, and I said we're a debating community. We are not attacking anyone for their beliefs. We're not attacking anyone for their norms. We are questioning and saying, as intellectuals, can we do the work so that the ground we stand on is evidence-based?
Very much. I will try to close this panel with two observations. One is, we know that the conversation about mentorship is not just, oh, how can someone direct you and help you to get published, but it's actually an invitation to challenge ourselves. How do you exist in the community? How do you see yourself? How do you understand your subjectivity, your identity, the cultures and the histories that you belong to? The things that have turned us into bloodhounds, where we become careerists and we forget the communities from which we come from. So I want to thank you very much for bringing that. But the second thing that I want to stress is that, and you have stressed that, is this question of you have to trust in yourself as well. Yes, the critic, Toni Morrison once told us, you know, racism is a distraction. Because somebody says, oh, Africans do not really have history. And you spend another 10 years trying to prove that you have history. Africans do not have centralized states, like the early historians. I respect them because we sit on their shoulders. But they were trying to impose centralized states and kingdoms on every African society. Whereas there are acephalous societies that actually existed that did not have centralized kingdoms, but people are ignoring them. And this takes me to colonization. You know, in 2009, the Africa Development Bank, in collaboration with some organization, published a report where it says between 1980 and 2009, Africa had lost $1.5 or $1.6 trillion through debt repayment, illegal flows, and all of this. Now tell me that's not colonization. But let's take the CFA franc zone, where interest rates are always high, so that the French businesses, they will come and invest in the CFA franc zone because the interest. So you take loan in Paris, that is, let's say 5%, and you invest it in Benin, where interest rates are like 16, 20%. 6 months, you are able to make 10, 15% off that interest. You go, you pay. And so the state is left not having the resources to invest in agriculture, education, and all of this. And people are telling us we should not think about colonization or imperialism. And finally, on the question of agency, I get very frustrated. All of us have agency. So when what's his name? Olufemi Taiwo says, take African agency seriously. Is he referring to Cabral? Is he referring to Nkrumah? Who says neocolonialism is, what agency is he referring to? Sabelo basically says it's Euro modernity that he's seduced by. But sometimes we just replace and reproduce these ideas. And I think for me, the way I was taught is that I even question my own convictions. I constantly question even the things that I believe in, I constantly question them. Because if you don't do that, and that's how our ancestors, of course, there are certain things that practice that exist, but you constantly are taught to be able to not only hold the community together, but you also question certain traditions that may be injurious to the community. Anyway, I think this has been a fantastic panel, and I want you to thank, please, let's thank enthusiastically our panelists. Okay. I think we are going to take, it won't be 30 minutes. We'll take like maybe a 20 minutes break, and then we come and conclude. But I'll let the professor tell you what the plan is. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again to the panelists. Please help me thank them. And also thank you to the chairperson. So yes, this was an inspiring panel, and hopefully we have a lot of things to think about for the night. So because we are at the end of our day, but one more thing, the good thing is that if you didn't have the opportunity to ask your question after the break, we'll ask the speakers of the day to stay around for about 15, 20 minutes, and you might be able to mingle with them, ask them questions. Okay, so everyone who has been in a panel today, please stay around for about 15, 20 minutes in case there are questions, networking, and all those things for you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask, what happened to the sister that fell? Can you give us an update?
Yes.
In terms of her condition? Thank you.
Yes, she went to the hospital. She's fine. She was sitting in the room, and but the nurse said they just need to do some checkup. So they went to the hospital. I asked her if she's fine. She said yes, and she said she knows what's happening to them. So hopefully by end of the day, everything should be all right. Yes. So we go to tea break, and then whoever want to ask more questions or mingle for the panelists of the day, they will be in this room. Tomorrow, before tomorrow, in case you have seen one of our panelists, Pinky, lost their glasses somewhere. Or left. I won't say lost, but left. Oh, it's right there. Okay, awesome. So we have found them. Okay, if someone else left his glasses or her glasses, it's right there. If you have found something, just bring it to us and we'll find the owner. We just need to prove that the glasses that are found are Pinky's. you know, so we will check the name or something to make sure that it's your glasses. So thank you again for your engagement for today. Thank you for your participation. Please, tomorrow, be here on time. Today we started like 5-7 minutes late, and we want to be on time. So tomorrow, be here on time, and after breaks, come back also on time so that we can always, you know, be on time and finish on time. Okay? So tomorrow we have a great panel in the morning where we will listen to, we have been talking about output. Okay, and tomorrow we have a great panel talking about output. So we'll talk with two panelists, one who is good in publishing and the other one who is good in creating or creative output. So we'll have great word coming from them. And I will see you here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Have a nice night, a nice evening. Thank you.